Good evening. Good evening, and welcome to this meeting of the Town of Oakville Council. I invite everybody to rise and join Council in O Canada. Thank you, everyone. Please be seated. In 1820, Indigenous people here began welcoming settlers from all over the British Empire. Soon, Oakville people were helping Black people escaping from the United States to settle here too. Today, our Indigenous founding partners are still here, enjoying this land with us. Indigenous people live with us as neighbors and friends. Our Indigenous white and Black settlers created a community with an attractive degree of harmony and prosperity. In 1857, Ontario recognized Oakville as a town. How all of these years later, we fly the flag of the Mississaugas of the Credit First Nation beside the flags of Oakville, Ontario, and Canada, and we fly our flags together to acknowledge our origins. The livability we are creating attracts people from all over Canada and the world. We offer newcomers a warm spirit of welcome. We offer everyone our founding story so everyone knows what we are part of. We feel sorrow and distress for acts of racism and intolerance suffered across the world and in Canada and here at home. We want our future to be equitable and inclusive for everyone. We believe the path of truth and reconciliation can unite us all. Please keep well, stay safe, and let us on council know of any chance to be helpful to you and yours. Please let us know anytime you can help increase Oakville's harmony, prosperity, and livability. And if anybody has a cell phone or other device that you haven't already silenced, would you please do so now? Madam Clerk, are there any regrets for this meeting?
I have no regrets for tonight's meeting.
All right, thank you. Council, are there any declarations of pecuniary interest? Madam Clerk, I see none. All right, Council, in order to facilitate the flow of the meeting and still get our business done, I would solicit a motion and a mover and a seconder to adopt as presented the minutes in item 4, the standing committee reports in item 6, the consent items in part 8, except for 8.6, which is the management of protests, 9.1, 9.2, the 9.3 confidential matter, and included in this motion would be the deferral of item 10.1 to January. Also 10.2, 10.4, 10.5, 10.6, and 11.1 with the nomination being the first name in the report, and 11.2 and 11.3. Is there a mover and seconder for this? Councillor Longo and Councillor Adams, thank you. Is there an objection? Councillor Haslett-Deal.
Mayor Burton, can you just go back over those one more time so we're all clear what we are agreeing to when it passes on whole?
everything except the HRPS presentation, the towing item 10.3, the protest item, consent item 8.6, the Christian Month proclamation, and your notice of motion.
Okay, thank you.
There being no objection, Madam Clerk, that carries. Now, if I do this right, I now want to call upon and welcome the Halton Regional Police Service for their annual presentation to Council. Welcome, Chief Tanner. Maybe you can introduce your folks.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Your Worship, and I will do that. It's a pleasure to be back here and an honor to be back in this room. I think the first few times I was in this room, someone sitting about where you are was referred to as either Your Worship or Your Honor, back when it was our courthouse. So it's changed a little bit, but some of the terms of reference have stayed the same. So it's great to see everyone on council. I know I saw a number of you not that long ago at Regional Council, so thank you for that as well. It is an honor for me to be here tonight, and I can truly say that because all the work is going to be done by our Oakville command team. Superintendent Costantini is unable to be here this evening. He's dealing with a family tragedy and a loss, so he would certainly send his regrets, but he has been an integral part of this. And Inspector Joe Barr, Staff Sergeant Smith and Snow, and Ron Wright are all here to do the presentation. So I'll turn things over to them. If you have questions that are more general in nature or more headquarters operational, police operational questions, I'll certainly be here to answer those after the presentation, which will be more specific to Oakville proper. So thank you. Take it away.
Good evening, everyone. First slide, please. Just wanted to, this is the presentation that will be heard tonight is very similar to the town hall meetings that we've done several times. So it might seem a little bit familiar to some that have been out and been a participant in some of those meetings. So the first slide presents just a quick overview, snapshot of how we're structured at 2 District. We have an investigative branch and a uniform side as well. The uniform side also is broken down into our community support section and our traffic service section. Those, all the members work cooperatively towards varying community initiatives. Next slide, please. Sorry to interrupt. Oh, sorry. If you step just a little closer, that would help. You bet. If that's better, sorry about that. Thanks. This just gives a quick overview about what we'll be presenting on tonight. The first is these speak towards our district themes. The first being our focus on people. We have a focus on crime, obviously. We also have quite a bit of robust work that goes towards work engaging our priority populations. And lastly, you'll hear about some of our traffic safety and other district initiatives. Next slide, please. Just before we get into the meat and potatoes of the presentation, I just wanted to give you a quick snapshot of the last 4 years of some of the numbers about our priority calls for service that are of a non-criminal nature. And I've selected sort of the top 4 being our address in response to mental health, varying situations, missing persons, sudden death investigations, and motor vehicle accidents. So at this point, I'm going to introduce Detective Sergeant Ron Wright, and he is the manager of our criminal investigations branch. Thank you.
Thank you, and good evening, everyone. Next slide, please. So one of our major themes in 2 District is focusing on our people that work there. And we recognize great work in a variety of ways, but one item that is a bit unique to 2 District at this point is our refresher training office. So we opened this office in January of this year, and what we wanted to do is we wanted to create something that was above and beyond our normal practice of reviewing an occurrence, providing training for our officers. We would typically do this in sections or in different types of presentations, but we wanted to have something that was year-long, sustained, and had someone dedicated to it full-time. And so, as I said, the office opened in January. Each month we will cover a theme, but also focus in on different things that come up through the year. So, one item might be our response to a priority crime. So as I'll talk about a little bit later, we've seen an uptick in home invasions this year in Oakville. And in my office in CIB, we investigate these, but it's really a full district response in terms of combating these. So it might be how we deploy our resources in certain areas. It might be our response when a crime is in progress, which could include driving and pursuits and the importance of balancing public safety with the need to apprehend criminals. Our investigative authorities. Policing can be a complex job with a lot of different authorities in different areas. So it's important, especially with our newer officers, to have something sustained that we can continuously go over authorities, review calls, review occurrences that they may have been a part of. Different types of investigations, criminal investigations and others, and use of force. So we want our officers to be safe. We want them to go home at the end of their shift. Really important to discuss these items. And ideally, the core of this office is to increase the confidence of our newest officers. We want them to be engaged each and every shift. We want to decrease any stress that comes along with this profession, and generally want to increase their wellness. We want this office to have a positive impact on their wellness, and so far, we've certainly seen some great results. Next slide, please. So as I move on to another core priority, which is our clearances and our clearance rate, I'll just start off by trying to address a question that I'll get asked often. And it's, why should I feel safe in Oakville? And when I try to answer that question, and it's different for everybody, and I always preface it by saying that, when we are a victim of a crime or we live on a street or an area where crime has occurred, people are going to feel anxious and they're going to feel fearful. And data doesn't necessarily dismiss that, and that's really important. But when we look at crime, it's important to have perspective and look around us, because the crime we see in Oakville is multi-jurisdictional. So 2 key figures that Stats Canada hones in on, and we focus on as a service and in the district, is a crime severity index and a clearance rate. So a crime severity index is a category that Stats Canada collects, and they look at crime year after year, the prevalence of crime and the crime itself. And each crime is associated a weight or a value. So a homicide might be a value of 1,000 and a shoplifting a value of 10. So when you crunch all the numbers, you spit out a number called the crime severity index. And the lower the number, the better. And as you can see, for the past, I believe it's 25 years or so, Chief, that we've had the lowest in every Canadian city over 100,000. So that's quite a remarkable feat. And it does go towards trying to answer why we should feel safe here. The other number or value that we look at is a clearance rate, or how often do we solve crime. So when we look at some of the police services around us, geographically and of similar population, we see that we do quite well in both. We break it down a little bit further into violence clearance rate, about 70%, and our property crime, which we see predominantly in Oakville, 30%. Next slide, please. So when we hone in on this priority, there's a few things that we do at the district. We have some extensive training ensuring that we're auditing crime reports and making sure that they're being cleared off properly, and we're using the type of language that our people in records who process the reports understand, as well as Stats Canada, who ultimately grabs these numbers. As well as we make sure that we can organize and understand how we collect data. So internally, we have different codes for different crime, but we need to ensure that those codes align with the numbers that we send to Stats Canada, so we have a clear understanding and can identify any deficiencies. And some of that work is done through a clearance working group, where we pull in employees from all around the service who will process a report or investigate a crime to ensure ultimately that we control what we can control. Some of the factors here in Oakville and in Halton that do impact us is geography. Oakville is a target-rich environment for thieves that are predominantly coming into Oakville from the east and stealing a vehicle or breaking into one of our homes. We also have to make sure that we comply and do the best we can with our justice system. So we prepare comprehensive bail hearing reports for individuals that we arrest, and we believe that they pose a risk to public safety. The paperwork and the articulation that goes into that to hold these people in custody is something that we do all the time. And finally, the landscape around crime has changed. We see a lot of online crime now that even if we were to solve it, we see that it actually has originated outside of Canada. And the complexity of crime. We have to play by the rules that are set in the courts, and we have to balance ensuring that we collect as much evidence as possible before we make an arrest, because the clock starts ticking for us with balancing public safety. Next slide, please. So I'm going to dig into some of the core things that we see here in Oakville and that I hear from members of the public as concerns. These are, of course, our residential break-and-enters, our auto theft, and our robbery. And I'm going to talk about our home invasions, which is actually all three of these coming together. So I left out 2020, which was a bit of an anomaly, but as we go through the years, we certainly see in 2018, we had a substantial issue with residential break-and-enters. We did some great work, and to be honest, COVID helped because everybody was at home. And one of the best preventative tips for a residential break-and-enter is to make your home appear occupied, because people that are coming in to steal your jewelry or your cash, they're almost always fleeing if they encounter anybody. These have slowly gone back up, and we've seen certainly a handful of different organized crews that come into Oakville for the reasons I talked about before, the geography piece, and are looking at stealing jewelry, cash, and other valuables. Our robberies have pretty much stayed the same, although we've started to see them pick up. And, the main thing is auto theft. So I think we've all heard of, the national crisis in auto theft, the spike. One thing that's a good sign here in Oakville is that we've actually started to come back down. So we maxed out in 2023. We're certainly going to fall below that number in 2024. And currently we're at about a 26% decrease in auto theft. Next slide, please. So I want to drill down a little bit more into each one of these crimes because they are very impactful here. So our residential break-and-enters. We see predominantly that these are back door, rear patio smashes or front door forces. So I would say, again, on the side of prevention, anything that we can do to reinforce those access points gives the police just a little bit more time to respond. And I've watched so much CCTV where someone's running from the front door and around the corner, and seconds later the police vehicle arrives. And sometimes they just catch someone going, and sometimes it's seconds later they're already gone. So seconds do make a difference in our response. These are emergency calls for us, and we're getting there as quick as we can. So anything that we can do to help enforce those access points gives us more time and perhaps prevents someone from ever getting into your home. Like most of our crime, particularly our property crime, we see the main arteries of Oakville being predominantly affected. So we know that we have major highways that are going through Oakville. The majority of our criminals do not live here in Oakville, and so they are accessing these points, and we correspondingly see hotspot areas there. Next slide, please. Our auto theft is really no different. Again, we see along the main arteries. This is the GO station and the AMC Theater, so we'll naturally collect more in those big complex areas. But again, this is fairly evenly distributed throughout the town. And when we talk about auto theft today, what we're really talking about is technology-based auto theft. And I use that term because this isn't keys left in the car or the hot wiring that we used to see maybe in the past. This is computers reprogramming key fobs so that our vehicles recognize a new key for the vehicle. One important thing on the prevention side here in Oakville is about 95 or even more percent of our auto thefts are reprogramming auto thefts. And that's where we have forced entry into the vehicle. The thief has a key in their possession, and they're using the car's computer to reprogram that key. So when people say that they have a bag and they put their keys in the Faraday bag or the signal blocking bag, we don't necessarily see that relay theft here in Oakville, so it's not going to be an effective measure to protect your property. Next slide, please. And finally, the merging of all of these things, which is a concerning trend to us. I don't have stats from last year because we really didn't see this last year in years past. So, these are different types of break and enters. When I say make your home appear occupied because thieves will typically not enter, these thieves are, and people are typically home when their vehicle is there, and that's why they're going in. So the majority of my office, in one fashion or another, and I have about 30 investigators, are targeting this type of crime. We use maps to highlight hot zones. We're using our front line for overt and covert patrols in that area. And we've seen a lot of arrests recently, which is great, but these investigations are of utmost importance. In the 42 that we've had, about 10, so 9, have had an encounter between homeowner and thief, and certainly that increases the propensity that there could be violence. We've surprisingly seen these go up as our carjackings have plummeted in Halton. Next slide, please. So what is our strategy for crime? And it's really enforcement and prevention to ensure the best of our ability to sustain and ensure public safety. Next slide. So on the enforcement side, I did want to highlight some investigations, and this is 6, but I could have easily had 6 different slides up here with regards to some of the arrests and investigations we've had. Starting from the top left, this was a violent home invasion where we were able to arrest 2 occupants hours later after the offense and recover a stolen Mercedes. This happened earlier in the year, again, a home invasion for Mercedes. It was a great response by our front line, and when I talk about how seconds matter, they were able to pick up this vehicle, and fortunately it drove into a dead-end area where the occupants fled, and we arrested 2 of them. 51-year-olds. So this investigation really highlights an important strategy for us, which is to work with our policing partners. Crime has no jurisdictional borders, and neither does our responsibility to liaise with Peel, York, Toronto, other investigators that are seeing the same thieves. In this specific case, Toronto was able to make their arrest, but we were notified right away. And this individual was responsible for 13 residential break-and-enters in East Oakville. We were able to charge him accordingly for those and hold him in custody. This investigation speaks of some of the unique ways that we're seeing auto thefts. This was a break into the Ford plant where 15 edges were stolen. We recovered within weeks 14 of them, and they were all over Ontario. In one section of this investigation, we ended up teaming with the biker enforcement unit, seizing multiple guns, the vehicle, as well as drugs at that property. And when we think of our strategic priorities, we have a priority targeting guns, gangs, drug trafficking, and Project Breakdown, which our unit worked with our regional drug team, was a great example of that. We recovered several firearms and almost half a kilogram of fentanyl. To put that in perspective, an overdose can occur with 1/10 of a gram. So to recover 500 grams, it was a substantial seizure. And finally, a unique case where we worked with the Montreal police to arrest somebody that was here in Oakville, had set up shop for an auto theft ring, and was wanted for double homicide. So some great investigations that really hone in on the enforcement piece. Next slide. And just to tie that piece together, I often talk about Project Bayou, which was an investigation we did 4 months long this year. And what we saw in this was provincial-wide of our home invasions for car keys, some of our out-of-jurisdiction carjackings, where we recovered 30 stolen vehicles. We flagged about another 100 that we believed were revinned. And this operation was being done to facilitate high-end drug trafficking. So we seized several kilograms of cocaine, fentanyl, other drugs. This is about $1 million in bundled currency and firearms. So this really showcases the organized crime nature of all of these different offenses coming together. Next slide, please. And I'll turn it over to Ryan now to go over a few slides.
Thanks, Ron. Yeah, I think council is well aware of the community and traffic-related work that we're doing in Oakville and has been quite engaged with us. So I would start by saying thank you to everybody here for supporting the work that we're doing. But in terms of the community partnerships and the mobilization work that we're doing, and when Ron speaks about some of the crime trends that we're seeing, we're really trying to be out in the community and getting ahead of some of the things, speaking about prevention, answering questions that people have, and trying to put their minds at ease. So we do that through a variety of ways: town hall sessions, focus on crime series that have been hosted by many of the councillors. We've been meeting with the resident associations to talk about particular crime trends that are impacting their communities. We're working with our media partners, through our social media, through media releases, to try to share some of that information, crime prevention related and or otherwise, and absolutely share some of our successes as well that Ron spoke about. Our team, through our community mobilization team and our district response unit, which is really our traffic unit, we're focusing a lot on quality of life issues, and we're working with town staff in different units or bureaus within the Town of Oakville team, such as when we do our Police on Park patrol every summer. It's been an identified concern from members of the community, so we partner with municipal enforcement, and we're out patrolling in our parks, very similar to what we would do with Project Noisemaker for noisy vehicles in the downtown area that impacts quality of life. Community engagement in a variety of ways is extremely important, not just so we can articulate the work that we're doing and be transparent, but we want to listen to what the concerns are, because that ultimately drives how we deliver policing services here in Oakville and really across the region, regardless of the district or unit or bureau that you work in. So these are really important, and our team has invested a lot of time into meeting with members of the community and different organizations and stakeholders, just to ensure we understand their needs and then we can respond to those things. And finally, related to some of the break-ins, home invasions, theft of vehicles, our team is spending a lot of time doing what we call SIP-TED audits, so crime prevention through environmental design audits, and that's really looking at how to target harden your residence or vehicle, because the reality is we can't be everywhere at all times, and we really want the community to know what they can do to hopefully reduce the likelihood of them becoming a victim. And then lastly, our Community Watch program, in partnership with our board and our service, which launched in the fall of this year as a pilot in Ward 3, is another way to engage the community and kind of empower them to take on some work that we're doing and help support it. So next slide, please. 3 areas that we are focusing on when we're talking really about some of the outreach community work. One is our unhoused work that we're doing, heavily in partnership with the town and the region. It's not just a policing responsibility. It's not really just any organization or stakeholder's responsibility. That's why we meet regularly as a collective group to discuss how we're going to support these individuals with the end goal of finding more suitable housing for them or connections to services. Our youth engagement work that we do out of our district, we spend a lot of time supporting that youth work, specifically youth from our underserved communities, our at-risk youth. That is the focus of this team, and we have several strategic partnerships with the likes of Halton Housing, Art House, the YMCA, and others who can kind of bring kids into our programming that maybe need some of that mentorship and guidance, or we can support their work in different capacities as well. But the big thing is that it's from our underserved communities, and again, gives us an opportunity to kind of be proactive in that area. And then something that's very specific and unique to our district here in Oakville is our community roundtable. And when we're talking about our priority populations, there's so many different organizations doing amazing work across Oakville to support individuals. So what we decided to do is bring them all into one room. So we meet on a regular basis with about 20 partners and representatives from those organizations, and we discuss how we can better support these individuals in our community. And it's really increased collaboration, and when we're responding, it's become a collective response. So it's had a really positive impact on how we do work out of our Community Mobilization Bureau, and it's really streamlined how we can actually action certain things in a timely manner. Next slide, please. Traffic safety is always a concern for the community, obviously. We receive a significant number of traffic complaints a year, whether it's related to an individual who's driving or a specific area within the town, intersection, road, stop sign, otherwise. Council is well aware of the number of complaints that you get because you forward them to us. So thank you very much for being one avenue to forward complaints. But we get them through individual connections through myself or Sergeant Ron Strow or through our online reporting system. And what it looks like is we receive a complaint, we review it, we may look at data or analytics, to track it to see, what priority it probably needs to be given that, we can't immediately respond to all of them. We'll do a workup on that area to see, has there been collisions, number of, tickets issued. We connect with the town to discuss traffic calming measures if it's been a consideration and potentially needs to be a study. And then we action it. We assign it to a member of our team from our district response unit to go out and actually make observations and conduct enforcement, and then come back to myself or again, Sergeant Strow, and we can discuss if we need to allocate additional resources, maybe dedicate a project to it, or there are times when we find that, in fact, there isn't an issue at that area, and then we can move on to other complaints, and that's part of the feedback piece. So outside of what would be, what you would think is conventional traffic enforcement, speeding, stop signs, cell phones, our team is heavily involved in regional initiatives, such as Project Noisemaker, our annual ride, season ride, and ride throughout the whole year to target impaired driving. Project Safe Start at the beginning of the school year, and a team dedicated for commercial motor vehicles. So this process, there is a strategy around, how we address traffic here in Oakville. Staff Sergeant Snow is here, and I know he's done some incredible work at looking how to make this even more analytically driven and streamlined, which you'll probably see next year be adopted, hopefully by all of the districts. And it'll have a tremendous impact on traffic safety. So next slide, please. And then I'll speak a little bit about our response to protests and other gatherings and events. Our team and district is extremely busy trying to, again, be out in the community, building relationships, breaking down barriers, and having those critical conversations. So, year to date, we've responded to 42 protests. Our strategy when we're responding to these protests or planned gatherings is to ensure that our response is scalable, depending on the number of individuals that are present and the potential impact to the community. Our officers do an incredible job at de-escalating any issues that may arise. I will say that the large majority of these protests, there have been no issues, and they've all been peaceful. But all that to say, there has been some challenges, and our officers have done an incredible job at resolving those issues. The collaboration piece is extremely important, not just with those internally within our police service, the different units and bureaus that are supporting our response, but with the town staff as well. So the roads team and otherwise, so that, yes, we're supporting, we want to ensure that people, we uphold their right to peacefully protest, but we also are mindful that we're trying to limit the impact potentially, if there is any, to others in the community. And then communication is very important as well, and we spend a lot of time liaising with the organizers of these protests, as well as others, just to ensure they understand what our responsibility is, and their responsibility as well. But we've had a lot of success here in Oakville with that. Events, you can see we've attended 121 events this year, and that can range from anything that's organized by the town and or otherwise, elected officials, different organizations, which is a great opportunity for us to find, as many ways as possible to engage with the community. And then outreach, our officers are out there meeting with the community, maybe supporting different organizations that are doing incredible work, whether it be our food banks, whether they're out doing high visibility crime prevention work at some of our malls and movie theaters or places where people gather. There's been 192 incidents where we're out there and we're doing that high visibility outreach across the district. So next slide, please. I don't know if we're gonna open it up for questions. Yep, okay, perfect.
So
I'm not taking all the questions though. I know I'm still standing here, but.
All right, well,
Yeah, well, if the chief says I'm taking them, I'm taking them, so.
all right, well, thank you for the presentation. An interested member of council is the chair of the police board, Councillor Jeff Knoll, and he's got first one with his hand up. Councillor Knoll.
I just wanted to try to encourage other questions and feedback. I do want to get, and this is maybe a Ron question, I'm not sure, but one of the concerns that we hear from the community is response times. And I know that Ron touched on a little bit during his presentation, but I wonder if maybe we could have a little bit more of an explanation of what the expectations are around response times in terms of the different prioritizations and what a member of the community who has either been the victim of a crime or in terms of a suspected crime or even an alarm call. How does that work? And what should our constituents expect?
Yeah, so obviously we prioritize each call as it comes in, and so a dispatcher will take the information and try to determine, is this something that could be dealt with the next day or in a little bit, or is this an emergency call? So something like alarms that you refer to, I'll tell you that most alarms are emergency calls. We know that, as I touched upon, the break and enters and even the home invasions, which now are converging some violence and a higher concern for public safety. These are lights and sirens calls for our officers to attend as soon as possible and as safely as possible. I can tell you that we do have strategies for different types of crimes, and I won't go into it in too much depth, but we know that you will need to have a certain amount of officers to get to that scene to ensure the safety of that scene. But then we have other officers doing other things because based on our knowledge and our experience, we put people in certain spots to have the best possible outcome. So if you get a commercial alarm, residential alarm, that's an emergency response for us.
So in terms of the an alarm call itself, is the response of the police sort of reliant on how quickly the alarm company contacts the police? Because I think there's a bit of a perception out there that the alarms are directly connected to the police switchboard, so to speak. That's kind of the impression that's out there. Can you maybe explain how that works and how response times can be heavily impacted by the alarm company's dispatch or their alarm company's response to you?
Yeah, absolutely. So to your point exactly, it's not connected directly to the police board. So it will be dependent on that alarm company to contact the police. Now, in some situations, the alarm company might actually send a representative out to check on the property to see if there was a crime. And so sometimes it's hours before we're called. So certainly it's a good conversation for people to have with their alarm company. What is the procedure here? How fast are the police notified? Because for us, we want that information as soon as possible. Seconds make a difference for us, and unfortunately at times, by the time we're dispatched, we have the information, the perpetrators are certainly long gone.
Thanks, Ron. So, Your Worship, all the interested people I've inspired here for more questions.
Thank you, Councillor Knoll. Councillor Giddings.
Thank you very much. Thanks for being here. I just noticed how you've just switched places. Well played. Well played. Appreciate the information that was presented to us. We receive calls from residents regularly, and the car theft that the chief mentioned at the start with the G-Wagon was very close to my home. And the residents were calling saying, we understand this individual was either on bail or released on his own recognizance from a previous crime. We encourage people to reach out to the police with suspicious activity, lights, keep your lights on, protect your back door, clean shrubs, all that great stuff. And we've had members of HRPS door knocking through the area as well, which has been incredible. Where do our responsibilities slow down a little bit, and how do we direct people, or where do we direct them to if it's in terms of jail cells or courtrooms or the bail system? Any advice on that one for the people that are listening this evening?
Yeah, so we know that our federal government is certainly responsible for our laws, and our provincial government is certainly responsible for the courthouses and the justice of the peace and so forth. We try our best to obviously work with them. However, we ensure that we do our job the best that we can. So, as I mentioned earlier, if we are holding somebody for a bail hearing, we're putting a lot of time and effort into the information that is required on those documents, because it is our belief that they should be held in custody. They are a risk to public safety. It's tough for us to get too in depth in response to what other people's roles are in the justice system. I will just say though, to our best ability, we ensure that we have open lines of communication with our Crown attorneys that are prosecuting these cases. We are familiar, obviously, with the different laws that are created through legislation. But certainly there's different levels of government, and I think it's been well documented who's responsible for what. And I would certainly encourage people to reach out to those representatives if they have questions in relation to those areas of responsibility. Certainly, our area of responsibility, I always recommend reaching out to us. The last slide of these presentations is typically our website, and the reason that I put that slide on there is because there's tremendous information on our website on almost everything that you would have a question for. So I always encourage people to visit it, and certainly let us know if there's any area that people have questions in with relation to crime, some of the initiatives that Ryan spoke of, because we're always very happy to connect with community members.
Well, thank you for what you're doing and where you're doing it. Had a call from a resident last week called the non-emergency line around 12:30 in the morning. There was somebody crawling around the house, and the officer was there in less than 2 minutes. I have been followed home from Lake Council meetings as a result of having a properly stolen vehicle, and they follow me to my driveway, and yeah, it's registered. So good stuff. Thank you. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Giddings. Councillor Chisholm?
Thank you, Worship. Through you, gentlemen, the job you do is very complex, and I want to thank you personally for all the work that you do in trying to keep ahead with all the technology that's laying out these days and keeping ahead of the criminal activity within our municipality and also within the region of Alton and also Ontario. So congratulations and keep up the good work. Couple quick questions. I understand too through the regional government there's been approval of 38 constable or 38 new officers coming online. I would suspect that's around 12 or 13 for District 2. Is that correct?
I think you're using the new math, but no, we are definitely looking forward to hiring 38 additional police officers in the 2025 budget. The plan for 28 of those that are going to go to frontline platoons. Our platoons are 12-hour shifts spread around the 4 municipalities, so there will be at least 8 coming specifically to Oakville, 2 on each platoon. And then some of the rest will be balanced out.
Okay, just for the public information, with the addition of the new officers coming online, and I'm fully in support of that, does that increase our service level or our response times with respect to that? Because that's where I think the correlation people will start thinking, well, we got more police officers, therefore we're going to be faster in response time. So can I have some clarity on that, please?
Yeah, there really are so many parameters around that. You could have 20 officers working in Oakville, and 12 of them could be in Bronte for some major call. So there's always going to be ebbs and flows of where the officers are in a municipality. By and large, having more officers per platoon will mean having more people out in cars 24 hours a day, even if it's only slightly more. So it can only be helpful as opposed to being harmful. The actual response time is a tricky one depending on priorities and what else is going on.
Thank you, Chief, for that answer. My last question, I think, Ryan, you could probably answer this one because we've been in contact. There is also a concern with homelessness in Oakville, and it's across the GTA. just for clarity and for the public's sake, is to understand is that enforcement doesn't go in and pull out the homeless and take them somewhere. There is a process and a procedure, and I think it's a very sensitive procedure. So could you just clarify for the public how that works? Because as you and I have had many discussions, and we worked on a specific situation, which was kind of a self-learning for me too, understanding how the process works. So it's not just an enforcement, there's more to it than that. So please, could you explain that to the public on how that works? Thank you.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a great question. And our role as police when we speak about the unhoused is rarely, if not never, from an enforcement standpoint. So, we often are, we get called by town staff or, regional staff in regards to the potential of an unhoused individual living in Oakville. We will often attend and just check on their well-being and try to make some initial connections to services through the partners that we work with. And then, we like to hand that kind of file per se, or that case, off to those that are the true experts in this space that can actually better support the individuals and try to find more suitable housing and address, if there are any, underlying issues which is leading them to actually be unhoused. It's done on a case-by-case basis, so there's never a time where, this is the start of the process, this is what it's going to look like, and then it ends. It's the nature of the human being, and our response changes every time. But that is our role, and there's been some cases in areas outside of our region that has really guided how, we respond to the unhoused and, when and how we can find them suitable housing. But the reality is, we want to find them suitable housing that meets their needs, because we don't want the individuals to return back to being unhoused. It's not ideal. It's not an ideal situation most of the time. So that's kind of our approach.
Just to be clear, so the last question or statement, I guess, is that we cannot, as a municipality, remove unhoused or homeless people that we have in parks and on different parts of parkland and so forth, unless we have shelter available for them to move. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay.
You need to have a suitable place for them to stay.
Yeah, and I think that's a challenge to a lot of the residents who they get upset. They want to move out quickly, and we can't do that until we find proper shelter for them. Thank you very much, and for what you do. Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor O'Meara.
Thank you very much for being here, everyone. And I'm not sure where this question will land, but at Regional Council, Councillor Knoll had made a comment about from 2020 really up, we've seen just a very stark increase in crime. And I know you guys are, and not just in Halton, again, not just in Ontario. I know you guys are usually there right before a crime happens, or to answer to while a crime or after a crime is happening. But I'm wondering if you could shed any light on what you think some of the underlying reasons why we've seen this spike in the past 4 or 5 years are. Because when I was a councillor 10 years ago, we were not having these conversations and these issues, and something has happened, and you might have more insight than most of us because of how you deal with that. So I'd be interested in any of your astute prognostications on why that might be.
It's really interesting. There are a lot of things that have happened since COVID. I think there's a little bit of a misnomer that a lot of property crime is driven by poverty and people are being arrested for shoplifting food in stores. It's hardly ever happening. Most of our crimes are purely economical in nature. They're organized crime related. We got to a high of 1,500 vehicles stolen last year in Halton. We'll be somewhere around 1,200 this year. I think we're down about 12% across the region. We're only down more in Oakville right now because Oakville is targeted that much more than some of our other municipalities. So as long as the money is there, organized crime will be there, and that is purely what's driving the auto theft epidemic. The fact that the higher up organized crime individuals are making $50,000 to $75,000 per vehicle because they can still quite easily ship them out of the Port of Montreal or now out of other ports. We're finding Ontario cars in ports in Vancouver and in Halifax now. So organized crime will adjust as different levels of government start to do some things at the ports. CBSA does not concentrate on exports in Canada. For exports, they really only concentrate on firearms and drugs. We don't export firearms. We have stolen firearms coming into Canada all the time. It's actually an issue the other way. And I find it quite embarrassing, actually, from a federal perspective, that you can put two 10,000-pound vehicles in a container and someone can't find those more often. So it's economics. It's a lack of some funding and priorities at other levels of government, and it's organized crime that's profiting from most of these things.
Oakville's always been a place with nice vehicles 10 years ago. So what has happened with organized crime now in the past 3 or 4 years that it wasn't happening 10 years ago?
Well, economics is always supply and demand, and there is a high demand for vehicles. That is since COVID, that is since the shortage of some chips back then. And then the technology that now allows individuals to steal vehicles, just as Ron had talked about earlier with the reprogramming. It's actually the technology in the vehicles which is allowing them to be so successful. There's a lot of, the auto manufacturers have a role to play in this, in changing the technology and trying to safeguard vehicles. Federal government has a role in this. Police services have a role in this. So there are a lot of people that need to come to the table to stop organized crime from profiting from that technological theft in particular.
Okay, thank you very much, Chief. Thank you, Your Worship.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Adams?
So first of all, thank you very much. I want to extend a special thank you to Ron and Joe for the crime prevention evening that they helped us run earlier this fall and in previous iterations and other evenings that they've run, not only in our part of Northeast Oakville, but other parts of town. I know a number of my council colleagues have worked with your team to make that happen, and so we appreciate that. I think it's been very helpful to reduce the anxiety in members of the public and provide some useful tips that can help with crime prevention. But I wondered if you could touch on one question that seems to be coming up regularly, and I think you touched on it at the region as well during the discussion there, about the visibility of police presence on the streets versus perceived safety and actual safety of the community, and how the two things don't necessarily speak to each other.
Yeah, for individuals, perception becomes reality, but the two are not always the same. Visibility will deter some crime. Police visibility in some cases will deter the crime or defer it or cause it to happen somewhere else at a different time. We will never be able to be on every street all the time, nor would we want to be, because there is no reason to be on a street where there is not a need for us to be either. So we often hear, and more often than not, it's through social media. I've never seen a police car on my street. And even the way subdivisions and homes are designed, it's not so families and individuals are even at the front of their houses if they are home. They're in the family rooms at the back, or they're in the deck in the backyard, and a car could go by 3 or 4 times a day and nobody would see it anyway. We do have technology. We can tell how often our vehicles are in different locations. We can go back and do that from a GPS perspective. But it is a perception sometimes that visibility in and of itself is going to stop things. But then there's a level where it's really exponentially expensive. We had someone suggest that we could stop every vehicle getting off the highway or coming into Oakville on all the different ways that you can come into Oakville. Absolutely impossible. Not only would it make traffic even worse, but it would not be possible for us to be in all of those locations, nor to stop those vehicles. And the organized crime people, or even the younger criminals that are actually committing some of the thefts, they're not stopping for police, which is another level of the concern and danger from these, because they'll ram police cars, they'll flee from us at high rates of speed. We saw the tragedy in Durham where the vehicle was going the wrong way on the 401. Getting a little off topic from your presence question, but that individual was arrested 3 times prior to that incident, twice here in Halton, once for a robbery type of call at an LCBO. So to get back to that question about courts and some people needing to be kept in custody, that's absolutely true.
And then the other question I'd like to ask you is about the heat maps that we showed in the presentation earlier. That was this year's heat map, and I recall in previous years where the heat map for the break and enters, there was a hot spot in Northeast Oakville, and now that has moved to a different part of town. We have questions about whether you ought to be chasing the heat map spot, and similarly, the hot spot for the auto thefts. The brightest spots is actually the commercial lots at what I always call the AMC Theater, but and looks like the GO Station area as well. But can you say anything about how police respond to the heat map and the ability of the public to look at the crime maps themselves? Because I know you've got some data online, but it's not actually the heat maps, it's a different format.
Yeah, I mean, heat maps are generally, they're a good thing for us to look at and to guide some of our responses, but we also have to look at more up-to-the-minute trends that are happening. We've had a group of individuals, that a similar group was here in Oakville a few years ago, and they were arrested for a large number of high-end break-and-enters, and some of them were deported, and some of those people or other people in that same type of organization are back here doing break-ins now, and some were arrested just this week. So that's a trend that can just change as soon as this group of organized break-and-enter people come into town and start to target residences in a different part of town. So the home invasion, auto theft, there are some trends to that. Our analysts are also looking at that all the time. So the heat maps are useful to us. The crime maps are useful for individuals in the community to go onto our website anytime, see the types of occurrences that are happening in their neighborhood or not happening as much as social media is suggesting. Because a lot of people are caused to be more fearful because of social media and the amount of discussions on different types of crimes. We talked about the 42 incidents here in Oakville. There would be people that in their perception, would really think it's hundreds. So there is that reality and perception as well. So they're all useful in their own right.
Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Nanda?
Thank you, through you, Mayor Burton. Thank you, Chief, to you and your team, and I echo what my colleague said. You've been very supportive. The team's been supportive and come out and done a lot of presentations for our specific communities, and it really, truly has helped, so we do appreciate that. Just based on what we're all speaking about, especially with the new officers coming in and boots on the ground. So I just had a question on, do you have a percentage of calls that you would say you respond to that would not generally be a part of your job description, but you're sort of filling the gap? And where would you be able to be supportive to have more efficiencies so you could have more boots on the ground?
Yeah, I mean, it's a great question, and probably the one thing that pops into my mind first and foremost is mental health and addictions. We estimate only 20 to 25% of police officers' time, this is really across Canada, is spent on crime. The rest is on social disorder, homelessness, the unhoused, mental health. But the reality is that right now, the police services across Canada, or whether it's OPP, RCMP, doesn't matter who is in what jurisdiction, there is no other organization to respond to the types of mental health calls that our officers go to, and to develop or to form that type of a new organization to take over mental health calls and to train those individuals and to train them to also to be able to protect themselves when often the individuals may be violent or become violent. They would be calling us to go anyway. So I guess the skeptical side of me is that will never happen. There will never be an organization that can truly take over all of the mental health issues that our officers are spending thousands of hours on. And they're not always the worst case scenario. I'll give you just a quick example. 2 nights ago, I was walking in Bronte Park. There was a despondent lady, quite well dressed, sitting right beside the water on the Bronte Pier, and I called for the police to come. And our Marine unit came, 2 other officers came, 3 officers, spent at least 20 minutes, half an hour with that person, and ended up very amazing the way that they dealt with her in such a compassionate way, but got that individual to go with them willfully. And we are the only organization that can do that right now. Some people think paramedics could fill a role in some of those things, but they're also going from call to call and prioritizing things. So I think you will see our police officers and police officers across Canada dealing with non-police issues for many, many years.
And is it true that police officers are required to escort mental illness patients to the hospital?
Well, quite often we are the only ones that can. Police officers are the only ones who can apprehend an individual under the Mental Health Act for their own protection, and to apprehend them and take them to a facility where they can get care. So that is true in a great number of instances, that the person is actually apprehended to be taken there for their own good, suicidal types of situations. There are other instances where our paramedics may be involved and they call us because it's reaching that sort of danger point where they need the police there to help them as well. So absolutely, we take a lot of people to our local hospitals and spend quite a bit of time there while we wait for what's known as transfer of care, either from ourselves or the paramedics to the hospital. We do have our mobile crisis rapid response teams, as you know, which are comprised of a very highly trained officer working with a mental health professional who works with us in the same police car. They were doing about 60% of our mental health calls, and what happens is when those individuals go, they can actually triage the mental health situation because that person has the mental health training. And then when we get to the hospital, that turnover time is significantly reduced because the hospital knows they're going to judge the person on the same criteria.
Thank you. I think it's important for everyone to know that, you know, there's different levels of work that our police are doing, and that's why we don't always have the boots on the ground for all the criminal activity that's happening out there. So thank you, Chief. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Haslett-Deal.
Through you, Mayor Burton. Thank you, Chief Tanner and team. Most of my questions have been asked, but I have 3 just follow-ups. So you do have a heat map, and you do have, you know, late-breaking trends. But from a confidence perspective, can the public hear, are you reflecting on that as you look at deployments every night, every weekend, and considering how you deploy the officers to address what might be a trend in one area but not a trend in another? It's a question I get all the time.
And my answer is yes, absolutely. From an Oakville perspective, I should probably get Ron to come up and talk about what they actually do in Oakville. But we redeploy officers in uniform or in plain clothes or in vehicles that might not be recognized as police vehicles very often to deal with these things.
Yeah, thanks, Chief. So yes, we use the heat maps to direct our deployment. You know, when we talk about this type of issue, I always like to reflect back on the slide that Inspector Barr opened with all the other issues that officers get pulled in. And so, you know, we have to respond to those issues, but when we're not responding to those issues, and in addition to those issues, we will have staffing specifically deployed in those hotspots. And we can't necessarily say on Tuesday it's going to be a break and enter off Lakeshore, and on Wednesday it'll be off Dundas. But we will use a combination of high presence police officer in a police vehicle with police lights, and officers that are dressed in jeans and t-shirt in a vehicle you wouldn't recognize. And they work together each and every night for those priority occurrences, the home invasions, the break and enters, the auto thefts. And almost every night they come across something. You know, each time we do, we have to balance out our response to that depending on the set of factors that are in front of us. But those maps I share with you, and they're shared with every single police officer on a weekly basis to plan how we deploy our resources.
So thank you for bringing clarity to that for everyone. My second last question is, these slides are excellent. So will they be posted on the Halton Police website as well, as obviously we have them on video now tonight?
Yeah, so certainly we can share them. We might not do it through our website, but certainly we can email it out, and it can be in the councillor newsletter for you.
And my last comment is, thank you for your empathy. People's fear levels are high. Their anxiety is quite high. We don't walk in their shoes when it hasn't happened to us. And I'm continually impressed with just the level of care and concern the force always brings to an issue. So thank you very much.
Thank you for that.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Elgar.
Thank you very much for coming tonight. Very perfect timing. This is good for everybody that's watching and who will watch in the future. My question is, a few years ago, there was a huge case in a police force just to the west of us where the detective, in fact, was totally connected with organized crime behind the scenes. And you probably know the case. And I'm just wondering, how can we ensure that never happens to us in Halton? Or what do we have safeguards in place? Because it was going on for quite a few years, and it was a Toronto detective sergeant who was caught them on from putting drugs in a vehicle and waiting for him to go to a mall, and it's quite complicated. But how can we ensure that's not happening here?
Yeah, so I'll start it off. I don't know if Chief wants to. Oh, there he is.
Go ahead.
Yeah, so obviously, any internal matters, we have teams and processes in place to always be looking into those types of situations. And anytime anyone has any suspicion of that, there are processes in place that we would notify different bureaus and units to investigate that. I don't know if there's any top up on that, Chief.
Yeah, I mean, there's obviously, there's some high priority cases in a variety of different police services, and some larger and some smaller. We have had officers, or an officer here, whose employment was terminated because of some unlawful activity just a few years ago as well. So we have checks and balances for some of what our officers are doing. And we certainly have our professional standards branch that investigate internal affairs types of things, or chief's complaints or public complaints. So there's a variety of checks and balances on that. I think most of that really gets back to hiring. I honestly believe we have a higher standard of hiring here. We do not hire some individuals who are hired somewhere else, wherever that might be. So I think that's also helpful for us here.
I just say thank you for what you're doing for everybody in Halton Region. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Thank you very much, Chief. You can tell by the length and the depth of the questions that you have our attention. And you can tell by the decision last week that you have our support. And we appreciate you coming tonight.
I appreciate that. Thank you very much for the support of all of you. I did want to mention one thing. There was sort of a high-profile announcement somewhere else in Ontario that they had got their 911 answering time down to 15 seconds. So I immediately checked to see where we were, and ours is 4. So I just wanted to pass that on to you. Thank you. Thank you very much.
I have always loved how competitive Chief Tanner is. Could I have a mover and seconder to receive the presentation? Councillor Haslett-Deal, Councillor McNeice, thank you. Any objection? There being none, that's carried. Council, we're going to turn to 10.3, towing without the vehicle owner's consent. We have a presentation by Selena Campbell, the Director of Municipal Enforcement, and we have a number of delegations who we look forward to hearing from. If everybody could give attention now to Ms. Campbell. The purpose of her presentation is to summarize for the public's benefit the report that, and actually this is a report with a long tail. This is to share with the public what council already has read and understood. Ms. Campbell.
Thank you, Your Worship. Good evening, Mr. Mayor, members of council. I'm here to speak to item 10. Thank you. I'm here to speak to item 10.3 on tonight's agenda, which proposes a bylaw for council's consideration to regulate the towing of vehicles from private property and municipal land without the vehicle owner's consent. So in July 2nd, 2024, at the council meeting, staff were directed to prepare a bylaw to override the property owner's ability to tow unauthorized vehicles parked on private property. Proposed bylaw 2024-187 is before council tonight for consideration. The bylaw regulates towing on land, which includes private property, parking lots, and municipal land. The proposed bylaw the proposed bylaw provides that towing and impounding without a vehicle owner's consent may only occur with the proposed bylaw under the Trespass to Property Act. So you have two methods, under the bylaw or trespass to property. This removes the ability to tow, impound a vehicle from land without the vehicle owner's consent under common law. The proposed bylaw stipulates that towing or impounding a vehicle without the property owner's consent may only be authorized by a municipal law enforcement officer or an MLEO that is appointed by the town to enforce parking on private parking lots, the town's mobile compliance officers or MCOs, the director of municipal enforcement services or designate, or police officers. An MLEO, MCO, Director of Enforcement Services, or police cannot authorize towing or impounding unless the vehicle is parked or stopped in contravention of a town bylaw, such as the Parks bylaw, various parking bylaws, or the traffic bylaw. The boundaries of land are clearly defined. Signs are posted in accordance with the bylaw. A penalty notice or ticket has been issued for the parking or stopping contravention. An MLEO must get approval from the Director of MES or the designate prior to authorizing the tow. Now, a supervisor will be available during the day, and an on-call supervisor would be available after business hours. A 1-hour waiting period has expired between the issuance of the parking ticket and the tow. And that Halton Regional Police is notified so that they are aware of the removal of the vehicle so that when contacted by a vehicle owner, they are able to advise where the vehicle is located and that it has not been stolen. So ultimately, there are two main options to address unauthorized parking under the proposed bylaw. So the first is to contact the town and request that a parking penalty be issued by a mobile compliance officer who would then follow up with a tow. Or the second option, which is likely to provide a faster resolution, is to appoint a municipal law enforcement officer, or MLEO, to enforce parking regulations on private property. The MLEO could issue the parking penalty and then authorize the tow while following the provisions set out in the bylaw. Now, these services may be provided through security companies, have property owner or managers appointed, and that way they are able to schedule the attendance of those MLEOs based on the needs of the property owner. And I would point out that today there are currently 114 MLEOs appointed within Oakville, and to date this year they have issued over 6,200 tickets. It's also important to note the 1-hour waiting period does not apply to all vehicles parked, stopped, or left standing if they're in signed fire routes, in construction zones, they interfere with snow clearing on municipal land, or they block laneways, loading docks, ingress or egress of points of driveways. They're on municipal rights-of-way, or on municipal land or community for community or special events, or in emergency situations. So signage must be permanently mounted and consist of legible double-sided signs placed at all public entrances to the property so that the signs face outward toward the street and are visible before and upon entering the property, within the property so that signs face towards the property, and at a sufficient height from ground level so they can easily be viewed by motorists entering or parking on the land. Signs must be professionally made, have contrasting colors for lettering and background, and contain the information shown on the image in this slide. Signs are not required to be installed on municipal rights-of-way, but they would be required on some municipal properties where towing occurs. Signs are also not required on driveways for private dwellings. So existing signage must comply with the proposed bylaw by December 31st, 2027. If passed, any new signage would need to comply with the bylaw when it comes into force on February 28th of 2025. If a property owner decides not to tow, they do not have to change the signage. The towing and Storage Safety and Enforcement Act, I'll just call it TSEA, that'll make less of a tongue twister for myself. So TSEA requires that towing and storage yard operators provide a maximum schedule of rates to the MTO. The schedule of rates is posted on the MTO's website. The proposed bylaw provides that the tow or storage yard operator must charge rates in accordance with the schedule of rates provided to the MTO. Further, the proposed bylaw sets out a maximum lifting charge of $150 that a tow operator cannot charge for the 1 hour waiting period. Usual methods of payment must be accepted, including cash, credit cards, debit, and contactless payment using mobile devices, and that the vehicle owner is responsible for the payment of fees for towing or impounding a vehicle in accordance with the proposed bylaw, and is also responsible for paying any lifting fees. There are administrative penalties associated with violations of this bylaw, similar to the other bylaws, regulatory bylaws within the town. The first offense would be $300, second or subsequent offense, $400, and for third or subsequent offenses would be $500. So there are a number of operational and resource considerations, and they include that the director or designate needs to be available and respond promptly to calls from MLEOs requesting authorization to tow a vehicle. To tow a vehicle, and that the tow can be performed after that 1 hour waiting period. So we want to make sure that we're providing that prompt response. If a private property owner does not employ MLEOs, they may contact an MCO to arrange the tow. MCOs must attend the site, issue the penalty notice, and either wait for the 1 hour or return later to authorize the tow. Additionally, they must inform Halton Regional Police prior to towing the vehicle. This process is time-consuming and will temporarily divert the MCOs from other duties that they provide and other services within the town. It is possible that more private property owners will request appointments of MLEOs to provide that additional support and enforcement. This could increase the workload to Municipal Enforcement Services administrative staff who manage these appointments and process the resulting penalty notices. The proposed bylaw requires proper signage at locations where towing may occur, including municipal properties. This could have budgetary impacts over the next 2 years. For various departments, if the signage needs to be installed at facilities, parks, cemeteries, harbors, or other municipal properties. Any existing towing-related signage on municipal property would need to comply with the bylaw by December 31st of 2027. The operational impacts of the proposed bylaw will be assessed in the first half of 2025 and as part of the Municipal Enforcement Services review, which is planned for 2025. This review will assess service level options and operational requirements for future consideration by council. And thank you very much. I would be happy to answer any questions you may have.
Very well. Council, do you have questions, or would you like to proceed now to delegations? Delegations. Madam Clerk, would you call the registered delegations?
Our first registered delegation, I'm not sure is available. Claudio Serrao. Are you in the audience?
He is in the audience. Mr. Serrao, welcome. Council looks forward to your information. If you've come to delegate and it's possible to move closer to the center aisle, you'll be assisting yourself and everybody else. Claudio, we We look forward to your information.
Good evening, Your Worship and councilors.
And we'll hear it better if you pull that around. And as they say, speak into the microphone. Thank you.
Perfect. Sorry, I don't have an actual speech. I just wanted to get some information on the bylaw. So I do have some questions about the bylaw, which I'm not sure if this is the appropriate time to ask questions, but this bylaw, as I note, is to allow, so, sorry, I do need to get some water. As the bylaw, as I note, is to allow this 1 hour waiting period, which I'm not sure, so sorry, maybe I should introduce myself. My name's Claudio Sorreo. I own Monahan Sports Pub and Grill in Oakville, just down the street. We do have parking issues at Monahan's. Part of the parking issues are the students that park in the parking lot. So with those parking issues, of course, as the parking spots become unavailable, it's hard to get to the commercial tenants in the parking lots. So the 1 hour waiting period creates a huge problem. I've been there for 35 years, and we've had parking issues for most of those years. The biggest problem is, of course, the students that come in and park there. The cars, as they sit there for hours and hours, take up the parking spots for customers. We've tried the different processes with calling the municipality, calling bylaw enforcement. Unfortunately, it doesn't seem to remove the cars, even after they're ticketed. So this bylaw proposes that we have a ticket process, a penalty, and then after 1 hour to get some towing. So I'm not sure how that's all gonna help these parking lots, especially our parking lots across from the hospital, and areas that are high traffic that people don't want to pay for parking. So this bylaw proposes certain restrictions on our part, being the owners of the businesses in these properties, and without any remedies to remove those cars. So after 1 hour that the car is parked there is a remedy, and that is to call these municipal bylaw enforcement officers, which I read will be appointed. I'm not sure how we're gonna get these cars removed and so forth to allow our customers to come into the areas. Part of the problems that we have is Uber drivers. They sit in our parking lot for hours waiting for calls. So currently, we ask these Uber drivers to leave. Well, with this bylaw, that will allow them to sit there. And they can sit in our parking lot for an hour, move around, take a ride, and then come back and park there. So that will create some problems with us, because currently we ask them to leave. And if they don't leave, we have the remedy of towing, which this bylaw removes that remedy. Again, I mentioned the students. We also have residential properties behind us. And the residential properties bring in certain friends and visitors, and they park in the parking lot. So different problems in different areas. Obviously, we have a big problem in Brawny. I understand that. We have a big problem around the hospital, and we have a problem around areas like Monahan's that need parking. And this bylaw removes it. The fine that I understand is a $300 fine. Not sure, it's an administrative fine that goes to the town. That doesn't help us. That doesn't help the property owner or the property managers that need to now monitor the area, bring in a municipal officer or appoint a municipal enforcement officer, and then have them sit there for that hour to make sure it's an hour. It creates a lot of problems. Every year we have Rib Fest across the road from us. Great for the town. I think it's fantastic that we have it for the town. Unfortunately, it takes up all our parking. And there's no remedy. If we left people there for an hour, well, they go across the road, do their thing, get their ribs, and leave. That doesn't help us. So there's different problems that are happening in the town,
And I understand that a lot of it is in Brawny, but we need to address certain areas like Monaghan's and different areas. So the hospital also being another one. Liability is another issue. So having these cars parked there for 1 hour, who assumes that liability if anything happens to the vehicle, if there's any problems getting to the vehicle, leaving the property, and so forth. So the trespassing that happens on certain properties now becomes our liability. And I'm not sure how this bylaw addresses that. I don't think there's any remedies for the landlord having 20, 30 cars that now we need to address their liability. I think that's all oh, sorry, there is one more thing. Sorry, the administrative fees and the tickets or the fines that would be applied, I'm not sure, it doesn't address if those fines are collectible or how they're collectible. I know parking tickets are collectible through when we go re-register for our licenses, for our stickers. I'm not sure if these fines would have that same remedy. So I'm not sure if all these have been addressed. Again, I'm sorry that I'm not better prepared at it. The notice that came out in July only gave us a few days to read some of the notices, and this was dropped on our laps just last week. So we just wanted to know how this is all going to be addressed for us.
Okay, thank you for bringing your questions. Ms. Campbell, I think, can come back up. I caught 4 questions. Can the ticketing process, can the call be initiated before the hour is up? Was the first question I noted. The second is, does the MLEO have to sit there for an entire hour? I believe Ms. Campbell indicated they could come, note the time, and then come back, but I'd like her to clarify that. You also asked how the fines are collected, and you had a question about whether there's some kind of liability on you, as I understood it, from the cars. Ms. Campbell?
Thank you. Through you, Your Worship. And perhaps I can provide a little bit more clarity on the process as well. And certainly I understand what you go through. I pick up my morning coffee there on occasion and have advised some students who have parked inappropriately. So try to help you out when I can there. But essentially, what the process would be would depend on whether or not it's an MCO or an MLEO. So if you had an MLEO, so a security company that you've hired to attend your property and regulate that property, especially during peak times where you know you're going to have issues, they would come, they would issue the ticket immediately. They would then contact the office, explain what's happening. They could get that pre-authorization. So they'd be confirming the signage, they'd be confirming the property, all the elements of the towing authorization. That could be provided by the designate of the director. And at the same time, you're going to be contacting your tow company and saying, I have a tow that can be performed at X time. Can you be here for that time? So in your hour, you're going to be conducting all of these activities, also contacting Halton Regional Police to advise them of the tow so that they have that information as well. So there is work that you're doing within that hour that they could do. And of course, there's that penalty. So the penalty notice that they would issue would be a $50 penalty for park on private property without authorization. That would, of course, be issued to the vehicle at the time, and that's right away. As soon as you see the violation, that ticket can be issued. So if they happen to come back and want to leave within that hour, they still have a penalty. And we've looked at this process to really say, how does it fit with our enforcement philosophies within the town? We really do have a progressive enforcement policy. That's sort of the motivation that we have in much of what we do, which really says we're not going to come out and hit you with the most severe penalty on the first offense. We're going to start off with sort of the initial penalty. And in this case, it would be the parking ticket for parking without authorization. And then if there's still that continuation, that failure to comply, then it's the escalation to the tow. So we developed this to really be in line with that philosophy. But there would be things that they could do. As far as the liability, so if there was an accident, something along that nature, it would still be part of the insurance that any vehicle would have. If they had hit somebody else with their vehicle, that sort of thing, I would expect that that would be the process that they would go through.
Okay. Sorry, if I can ask a question about the $50 penalty, how is that enforced?
Sorry, through you.
How is it enforced or collected?
Through you, Your Worship. So the $50 penalty is part of our administrative monetary penalty system. So they would issue the ticket, they would submit that information to Municipal Enforcement Services. It would be entered into our system by the administrative staff and collected through that administrative system. So the payment would come into the town. They also have the ability to dispute that ticket through the screening and hearing process.
Okay. Thank you for the chance to answer your questions.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor McNeice and Councillor Adams, before Claudio goes away, do you have a question for him or for Ms. Campbell? Councillor Adams, then Councillor McNeice.
Thank you so much. I appreciate your input to this discussion. I haven't been to your establishment many a time over the years. I've noticed the same issues that you've noticed. I've seen the towing happening off of the lot. And I wondered if you can help me understand how frequently there's ticketing and how frequently is there towing off the lot, and what's the current process that you're using? Because it appears to me that from a towing perspective, I'm seeing vehicles being, I'll say, grabbed or taken off the lot, swung around the corner onto White Oaks or just around the corner onto a side street, and only then properly prepared for towing to some other lot. And I'm wondering what's happening there. And is it yourself, your establishment, or is it CapREIT? Who's actually the one connected to the towing company to call those in?
Yes, thank you for the question. So the towing is, from what I understand, is from the parking authority. So it's from CapREIT. I think the CapREIT hires the parking authority that runs the plaza and the 2 apartment buildings, and they hire the tow truck company. So the tow truck company is working for the whole plaza and towing cars as they see people leave the property. So the process is they have a spotter that watches the people come in and park. Once that person leaves the property, then they will tow the car. So I understand you guys keep referring to this predatory process, but I don't understand if someone enters the property and trespasses, then they are trespassing. There's no time limit to how long you need to be there to trespass. If you're not conducting business on the property, then you're trespassing. And we know what the issue is. It's Sheridan College, it's different issues. In different parts of Bronny, let's say, people want to walk down to the lake, so they'll park in the parking lots and walk down to the lake. Well, as they're doing that, they're trespassing on people's properties. So if the car gets removed in 5 minutes, 20 minutes, or an hour, it's still trespassing.
Do you know how often it's being towed off your, not your lot, but the CapREIT lot? Do
We
you know how
probably
many?
tow anywhere from 10 to 15 cars a day.
A day?
A day. A day.
Wow,
This is not something that this process, we're gonna have somebody as a full-time employee just standing there logging cars. This is gonna cost our plaza and other plazas huge amounts of money. I mean, we're already dealing with high costs. This is just gonna add more costs to protecting somebody who's trespassing. So if we want to run a bylaw, we should run a bylaw that's going to protect the owners and the people that are working there, not the people that are trespassing and breaking the law.
Thank you very much for that.
And during, sorry if I can just interrupt,
oh,
and
sorry,
during
sorry.
RibFest, I believe we towed over 30 cars a day. And we have huge signs that designate and tell people, and I've been out there myself trying to tell people not to park there, to again try to save people from getting towed, and people don't care. People have been very verbal and offensive, and they just leave their cars there. And they don't take the cars and park them on White Oaks. They take them to a pound, and they have to go to the pound. So I think that's just some misinformation.
Oh, no, I didn't mean that they were being stored on White Oaks. I meant that the towing company was moving the vehicle temporarily to White Oaks to then properly secure it to the towing vehicle before actually taking it to the storage yard, wherever that is. Is there a way of having a record of how many vehicles are towed in a year off the lot? It would be helpful to me, because I know approximately how many times I've been complained to about vehicles being towed that the person thinks ought not to have been towed because they went from one store to the other store on the same plaza, which is, I'd say, infrequent, but it's happened.
I'm sure mistakes happen. I'm sure there has been a few mistakes, but I'm going to say out of 100 cars that get towed, I'm going to say it's a high percentage in the 90s that are properly being towed.
That are validly being towed.
Yes.
Thank you for your estimate about the number. It would be great if there was a way of getting a firmer figure. I don't know if our staff have any way of knowing that, but thank you very much for your time tonight.
Councillor McNeice.
Thank you, through your worship, to the delegate. Seeing you have such an issue with parking, why don't you charge for parking?
That would be something that the landlord would have to do. We're just a tenant. That would not be something that I could conduct.
Okay, and is the landlord here tonight, or you're representing the landlord?
I'm not sure if the landlord is here tonight.
Okay, and if you're worried about trespass, anyone can come onto a public property if there's a front door for access. So entering a property is not trespass, is that correct?
Sorry, entering a property, just the property?
So nobody's allowed on your property? You're saying that that they're trespassing because they've entered your property?
If they're not conducting business on the property.
Okay, so why don't you use the Trespass Act then?
I'm not sure how that works with the Trespass Act.
Okay,
Trespass Act, I'm sorry.
You saw from our staff that the Trespass Act is one of your options if you feel that many people are trespassing on your property?
But we don't know who the individual is.
But you're towing their vehicle.
Well, their vehicle, sorry, maybe I'm misunderstanding, but their vehicle is illegally on the property.
Okay, and you asked about administrative penalties, so maybe staff can clarify, because that penalty would be against you if you're towing in contravention of the bylaws, my understanding.
Through you, Your Worship, perhaps I can shed some light on a couple of things. Councillor McNeice is correct. The $300 penalty in the escalating penalty system is designed to be against either the tow operator or the property owner manager, should they be towing without authorization. While towing, because you have two opportunities. One, as Councillor McNeice had suggested, is to tow or remove a vehicle under Trespass to Property Act. The other is under the bylaw. The distinct differences between the two are Trespass to Property really puts the onus on the property owner. So if they're using that, they would have to contact Halton Regional Police, advise of the tow, provide any process that HRPS may have as far as conducting a tow under the Trespass to Property Act. But they would be responsible for that cost. You may be able to recoup it down the road, but the property owner would be responsible for that. The bylaw allows the vehicle to be removed while having the vehicle owner responsible for the cost of the tow. So again, it holds them accountable for that particular piece. And I can go back to maybe the Uber driver scenario. Again, if somebody is on the property loitering, we'll say they are not using any services within the property, you could absolutely go through the Trespass to Property component. So rather than the bylaw. Yeah.
And just one final question. So do you currently use MLEOs to ticket?
No, we don't. We try.
So you just tow, you don't ticket?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Serrao, thanks very much for your time and your information.
Thank you, Your Worship.
Oh, sorry. Councillor O'Meara.
Thank you very much, Your Worship. I appreciate it. Thank you, Claudio, for coming. I was going to run up and get you some water there, but I didn't want to make a scene. And no, you've always come out and you've advocated on behalf of the property owner for people to obey what they should be doing, and I appreciate that. I was a little shocked at the number 10 to 15 a day. that you say are being towed. Would you classify then the threat of being immediately towed if you leave the property as working then?
Yes, it works. I mean, people notice that the cars are being towed, so they defer against parking there. We've tried in the past to work with Sheridan College to provide better signage, not only on our property, but on Sheridan College, because it is mostly the students that park there, and Sheridan College would not cooperate with us. So there's we've had signs throughout the restaurant. We encourage our staff to tell people not to park, if they're parking there and they're parking overnight, to get parking passes so that they can leave their cars overnight. There's different remedies that we've tried over the years, and we did try ticketing, and it didn't work. We tried calling bylaw officers, but of course we could only get the bylaw officer once a day, and with the number of cars that we tow, once a day just wasn't enough. And that's in the height of course, different times of the year, let's say September, October, and then January, February, when we have students coming in and they either don't have a parking pass or they need somewhere to park.
So then let me ask you this question as well, Claudio. Have you ever been made aware of a time where a patron to one of your plazas has been in your establishment or any establishment, has not left and come out and found their vehicle removed?
Yes.
And now what restitution do they get for having their vehicle, of which they are lawfully parked there attending a plaza, what restitution do they get from the towing service or from the property owner for having their private property illegally removed when it never should have been? What restitution do they get?
So we go through the process of definitely getting their car back or making sure that they can get to their car wherever it's been towed to in the storage area. And I do whatever I can on my part to provide them some restitution, either buying them a meal. I mean, that's accidental, and if it happens a few times a year, it would be very few compared to the ones that have been towed properly.
So you now, as the tenant of a property, have to compensate for what the private property owner does not have to do, or the tow person who made the spotter was distracted, thought he saw or she saw something. Right. They don't have to do any restitution that comes out of your pocket to try and make your customer feel like they weren't taken advantage of from, and what you said, I don't know why we call it predatory towing, but in this case, it would be considered that because they did not do anything wrong. So that comes out of your pocket in order to make them feel like they weren't slighted?
Yes, it does, but it outweighs the amount of cars that some days when we weren't towing, when we have 30, 40, 50, 60 cars in our parking lot. And if they're taking up that many parking spots, there's no parking left for our customers. And it did get to that point. It got to the point where I was showing up at 7 o'clock in the morning to deter people from parking there.
Okay, thank you very much. And thank you for coming, Claudio. I appreciate it. Yeah. Thank you, Your Worship.
Thank you, Councillor. Claudio, thanks.
Again, thank you.
Madam Clerk, just before you call the next delegation, Council, we won't get through the meeting if we debate the delegations. So let's, and I'm not saying that the solicitation of information was debate. I'm just saying that let's be careful as we go forward. Madam Clerk.
The next delegation is Mike Cho.
Welcome, Mr. Cho. Council looks forward to your information.
Do I like to speak through this? Yeah? Okay. Good evening, members of the City Councilors. I am speaking today as a concerned property manager and taxpayer to express my opposition to the bylaw of 2024-18-7. While regulating vehicle towing without owner consent in Oakville is what your main concern is all about, I know you seeked out proper predatory towing, but in some cases in the city of Oakville, there's certain lots that are considered to be too much parking, or where the person leaves unexpectedly and will go to, let's say, most of the places that what Claudio was talking about is Sheridan College. Those students, they spend around 6 to 7 hours in Sheridan College. The 1 hour waiting period is already exceeded. I know that a bylaw officer is needed to be called, and ticket the person for $300. Additional to Section 2, removal of long-established common law rights to deal with trespassing vehicles. This limits the property owner's ability to manage their space and duplicate existing provincial laws like the Towing and Storage Safety Acts that's already protecting the consumers, which already provides. I urge the city to consider this legislation to work with the stakeholders and develop a fair solution that protects both property owners and consumers. I know a great idea, and I've considered that maybe all of you have arised. It's a pilot project aimed to the point you guys are seeking. Like what we can speak of is Bronte. I know that you guys all been having complaints from Bronte. If that is the case, then I'm sure that you guys can work with the stakeholders and see if there's a better solution to figure out if this bylaw will have a great effect for the people in Bronte. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Do you have any questions for me, or I would love to answer anything. It's just
Councillor Adams
no,
will.
it's like,
Councillor Adams has accepted the challenge.
Could you just tell me which plaza is it that you're working out of? Is it the Monaghan's, the same Rabba Monaghan's Plaza?
No,
or
I've seen a lot of plazas. Most of the
But which one are you working?
I'm not working. I'm just there as like a property manager. I've seen what goes on. The most concern I've seen is at the hospital. The hospital, if there was a 1 hour waiting time, you can tell, like the healthcare system.
Mr.
Yeah,
Cho,
sorry about that.
the councillor just wants to know which plaza you work.
Oh, the hospital, Sun Valley. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
The next delegation is Tariq Din.
Mr. Din? Tariq Din? Madam Clerk, the next delegation.
The next delegation is Michael Peretta.
Mr. Peretta, welcome. Council looks forward to your information.
Thank you. Good evening, and thank you very much for giving me the opportunity to express our concerns. We are property managers, and specifically the building that we have a grave concern over. By the way, I did submit on next slide. Thank you. So the building that we are managing and that we have grave concern over is at 465 Morden Road, rather. And it is primarily a medical building, and Dorval Medical is in there and various other medical services. And certainly this proposed bylaw has no benefits for the tenants in general or the general public. Trespass is a trespass, and it's illegal. Secondly, contrary to federal and provincial laws, this bylaw is in contravention of it. It's very simple, plain, and common sense. Who would give authority to have their vehicle towed? Put up your hands if you'd give somebody the authority to tow your vehicle. Of course not. So I don't know why that's even part of the proposal. You might as well just get to the point and say, okay, we're gonna take property rights away, and we're not gonna let you tow illegal vehicles off your property. Thirdly, and actually I'll jump to number 4. It's not supported by the community, because I'll give you a good example where somebody pulled inside a driveway. Actually, it was my home. Somebody pulled in the driveway, blocked the driveway, and the person didn't even get out of the car. And so I was concerned about approaching the vehicle, and I called the police. 20, 30 minutes later, the police arrived. The person is still in the vehicle. And when the police came, they, of course, went and tried to wake up the individual that was in there. He's either drunk or passed out. But the point is, how can you accept that as being legal where the individual purposely blocks your driveway, and if there's an emergency, you can't even get out of your driveway? Makes no sense. Okay, I'll jump over to, number 5, tenant's objection to the proposed bylaw. Let me very quickly point out one letter that one of our tenants gave me. Of course, we didn't have much of an opportunity to prepare for this because I only found out 3 or 4 days ago about this proposed bylaw. And the individual is a tenant, medical services, and says, good evening, Michael. Please be aware that my colleague has had difficulties in getting out of the parking lot, and patients have had difficulties getting into the parking lot on Fridays when at another building they don't have sufficient parking spaces. We all know what building that is. I understand that there is something on the table to allow observers to park in the lot located at 465 Morton Road, that's the building that we manage, have signed a petition to prevent this from happening. And then they explain and so on, but I don't have much time to go through their explanation. But I did submit a list of our tenants there. Not all of them had the opportunity to sign it, but half of them did. And very clearly, they're pointing out that their patients would have great difficulty if all of a sudden they couldn't find a parking spot inside a parking space. They're paying for the parking. Okay, so why would we accept having trespassers just park in our parking lot where patients would have to park where? On the road? Makes no sense. Okay, another point that I'd like to make is that in number 6, it would cause an increase in injury, in risk of injury to tenants. If you have a parking lot full and somebody else parks on there, not even in the parking spots, and again, according to this bylaw, you can't have them towed, and all of a sudden now the other cars can't get out. Makes no sense. Number 7, owners, tenants, patients, and clients pay taxes for parking there. And so if you have somebody trespassing, are they paying the taxes to the town or the city? Of course not. And so what gives them the right to trespass? And they would have to give their permission to have their vehicles towed? How many people are going to give permission to have it towed? Are you kidding me? Number 8, insurance will not cover damages caused by illegal parking. And I'm not sure if whoever drafted this bylaw, are you aware of that? Or committee or whoever came up with this? Okay, as a matter of fact, I'll quote you our insurance policy. And the insurance company is Unica Insurance, one of the largest for property, for commercial properties. And I'll just quote the relevant part. It is item 5, common exclusions. In other words, they will not cover this. And in item C, it says, approximately or remotely arising in consequence of or contributed to by enforcement of any bylaw. Exactly what this proposed bylaw, it's a bylaw, right? Insurance company will not cover any damages. So who will be responsible? The city? Or the town? Or the owners? Okay, so please consider that very carefully. There could be millions of dollars in lawsuits and so on by, obviously, patients that are parking there, by our tenants that pay to be there, and so on. I'll jump to the, and number 10, I'll jump to number 10. Fewer spaces are available in winter because of snow removal, and obviously, we wouldn't have as many spaces, so somebody else trespasses again, decides to park there, and then when a patient comes for their appointment, they can't park there. Is that right? Next slide, please. Okay, well, I've already made the point that vehicle owners will never agree to have their vehicles towed, so it's just absolutely ridiculous in that proposed bylaw. In every case, the police or bylaw personnel would have to be involved. Well, does the town have a lot of people doing nothing? And therefore coming to properties in order to wait for an hour? Oh, by the way, who's going to be waiting there on behalf of the property owners? Okay, I mean, we manage properties all over, and we're going to be there waiting for somebody to park illegally? Makes no sense. Okay, increasing costs with no benefits to the public. Okay, number 4, increasing costs for owners to protect their rights. Number 5, increase in contamination of the property. You have more vehicles on there. and therefore you have oil and so on from the vehicles. And so who's going to pay for the extra repairs and maintenance to the property? The town? Will you volunteer to pay for it? It's a rhetorical question, obviously. Okay. Number 6, increase in wear and tear of the parking lots. The same reasoning. Next slide, please. I guess one of them is missing there, but I'll just make a couple of points concerning the slide that is missing there. Okay, actually, those are the main points. I echoed some of the points that the other gentleman made, the first gentleman, I forget his name, Claudio, right? So I was going to repeat, obviously I'm not going to repeat the same points that he made, but I echo his concerns, except ours is even greater because it involves patients that are trying to get into the building and they would not be able to get in if other people are trespassing and parking their vehicles there. Any questions?
Mr. Peretta, I want to thank you very much for saying me too instead of repeating Claudio's arguments. That's very considerate of you, and I do appreciate that.
You're very welcome.
Councillor Elger has a question for you.
Thank you for coming. What is your proposed solution in a nutshell?
Oh, yes. As a matter of fact, I do have some suggestions, and of course, it's up to the people that are trespassing that could apply this. And one suggestion would be to they can organize a carpool, and instead of 5 cars, it'd be 1 car going to their parking lot. Another suggestion would be hire Uber, Lyft, whatever. I'm not trying to promote them in any way, but certainly that would be another alternative instead of trespassing on other people's properties and causing more danger. Another alternative would be public transportation. Usually the buses are not full. Okay, so what is wrong with taking public transportation to wherever they want to get to? Again, instead of parking in other people's parking spaces where patients would not be able to park. I did have a couple of other points, if I can quickly find them.
Don't worry, I think I understand. You're concerned only about one specific location where they're parking, not on your location.
Oh, I'm concerned about all of Oakville, quite frankly.
Well, it's hard to get everybody to carpool someplace in Oakville. So, I see what you're saying.
Well, it can be done. It could be encouraged.
Thank you.
Yep. Any other questions at all?
Councillor Chisholm has accepted the challenge.
Thank you, Worship. Challenge to be. We had one statement that one of our owners, car lifting 10 to 15 cars a day. How many are you lifting out of your parking lot on a daily basis?
How many have we had?
How many you're towing away on a daily basis?
Not many.
Not many?
Because we have signage there, and actually I had photos. I don't know if they arrived in time.
No, that's
to
okay.
show them.
Just for numbers.
Of our parking lot, which is usually full.
Yep. Okay. Thank you.
Okay. Anything else?
Thank you, Mr. Peretta.
Thank you. Appreciate the opportunity to make our points.
It was good to hear from you. Madam Clerk?
The next delegate is John Tino.
Mr. Tino, welcome. Council looks forward to your information.
Good evening, Your Worship and honorable members of council. My predecessor here stole my thunder. I have a lot of similar comments. I'm here today to express our concerns regarding the proposed bylaw number 2024-187, which is intended to regulate the towing of any vehicle without the vehicle owner's consent from land in the town of Oakville. The primary concern of my business partners and myself relates to our commercial property located at 481 Morden Road in Oakville, which is located north of Spears, 1 block west of Dorval. For those of you that are not familiar with the area, Morden Road comes to a dead end at the train tracks just south of the QEW. Our property is situated next door to a place of worship located at 485 Morden Road, and our property is leased to 4 tenants, and parking on our property is limited to the tenants their employees, and their clients. Throughout the week, and Friday afternoons in particular, the place of worship next door engages in prayer sessions attended by hundreds of people, and parking on Morden Road and all neighboring properties is very challenging. On most Fridays, the parking spots designated for our tenants and their clients become occupied by the public attending the prayer session without our or our tenants' permit or consent. While our property has adequate signage regarding parking being limited to tenants and clients of the building, this alone does not stop people from parking on our property without permission. Our lease agreements that are signed with our tenants obligate us to provide and maintain sufficient parking. Accordingly, our company is at risk of a breach of our contracts if we are unable to secure access to these parking spots at all times. We have obligations to maintain the parking spots for our tenants' exclusive use, and that includes the cost of snow and removal of debris that our company currently pays for. Our tenants' rent includes usage of these parking spots, and as they pay for these parking spots every month, they rightfully expect to be able to use them without any issues and without any interference of the public. While we understand and appreciate the purpose and the reasoning behind this proposed bylaw, we believe our situation is quite unique. As a result, we request considering the possibility of an exemption. I believe in the presentation that was made earlier, there was an exemption for special events. I'm not sure what's considered under the umbrella of special events, but I do hope that our situation would fall under that umbrella. Currently, so my understanding of the proposed process is as follows. First off, provided that the subject vehicle is parked or stopped in our parking lot, and the boundaries of the land have been clearly defined, and signs have been posted in accordance with Section 6 of this bylaw, then and only then we must proceed with the following steps. 1, we must issue a penalty notice by a municipal law enforcement officer, a mobile compliance officer, a police officer, or the director in respect of the vehicle. Step 2, a waiting period of 1 hour must have elapsed. Step 3, if the tow is authorized by the municipal law enforcement officer, that officer shall first consult with and receive approval from the director prior to the tow being authorized. And then step 4, either the municipal law enforcement officer or the mobile compliance officer or the director then has to notify the police of the impending tow prior to the actual tow occurring. Having to go through all of these steps of the process outlined in the proposed bylaw, in practicality can take several hours and undoubtedly will take longer than the offender will be illegally utilizing the parking space. Meanwhile, our tenants and or their clients visiting their place of employment will likely be unable to use the parking spots that have been designated for them. As a result, our tenants' business operations will undoubtedly be interrupted if their staff and their clients are unable to park in the spots that they have paid for. We are deeply concerned that ours and our tenants' businesses will be significantly impacted with this change, and our lease agreements with current and future tenants will be impacted as well. I did notice that in the appendix to the bylaw, I believe on page 7 under section 5, prohibitions under 2E, there is reference made to exceptions, and as I said earlier, we would hope that our situation would fall within those exceptions. In conclusion, we respectfully request that you reconsider imposing the bylaw or find a more suitable solution that it adequately balances the needs of the town, its residents, and the businesses of the town of Oakville. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Tino. Councilor O'Meara has a question for you.
Thank you, and I'm sensing a common theme, and I've been on Morden Road on Friday afternoons, and I understand you can't even turn up it. So I understand the frustrations there, and I think that's something that needs to be tackled regardless of what happens here tonight. I guess my question, have you contacted the town's bylaw services and said, can you please come and enforce our lot on Fridays and do what you need to do? Have you been down that road with our staff?
We have been down that road, and it's either the time to have somebody attend the site is prohibitive. I mean, these people could be there from anywhere from half an hour, 45 minutes up to 2 hours. It varies and it depends. And we've just found that unless we're physically there, ready to deal with it, prior to them arriving, it becomes an issue.
And we've heard that the town has about 114 municipal licensed officers who somebody from your buildings, collectively one individual could become that and instantaneously be there for the times of concern, which is predominantly on a Friday, and do that. Have you and the gentleman prior gone down the road to maybe see if there's an individual that you can all have there every Friday, and you don't have to wait to call the town, they can just issue tickets right then and there as they arrive?
Well, I mean, that would certainly be an option to have somebody designated to that space. Again, even if they are there, you still have to go through I'm assuming you still have to go through the process of waiting for the hour to elapse, then calling the police.
No, yeah, I understand there's the process going forward and back, and I know there are bigger challenges in your specific area, but I think there are some things already that are in place that this bylaw won't be in force for, if it passes. If it doesn't, that's fine, for months to come. But there are some things that I think maybe working with our staff that we can do for that stretch on that street that can at least start to, again, create the culture that it's not okay to do what's been happening on people's private property. So perhaps we can follow up with that after. But there are options in this bylaw which I think are going to work, and I think can work to try and change the culture of park anywhere. It's all open, and I think that's maybe we can all agree that needs to be addressed. I think it's just how we get there. But I appreciate you coming, and I understand completely on Morden Road a lot of the concerns that you guys have, and I understand it entirely, and we'll endeavor to work with my Ward 2 councillors as best we can to make sure that we can address those issues. So thank you.
Councillor Haslett-Deal.
Just the same questions that we asked some of the others. How many would you tow in a day?
So again, Friday afternoons being the most significant issue, it could range from anywhere to 3 to 5 tows on a Friday afternoon.
And in that process, do you see repeat offenders?
It's hard to say. I mean, the concentration of people attending for a defined period of time is so significant that it's hard to trace license plates and track them.
All right, I understand your challenge. Thanks very much.
Perhaps every time you open up a spot, a new user shows up.
2.
Yeah. Councillor Chisholm.
Thank you, Mr. Tino, your presentation, and I understand and appreciate the concerns with Morden Road. We've been dealing with this almost for many, many years, Kathy and I, with respect to the situation on that, because it's such a narrow road and it's a dead end, and there's businesses on the one side, and on the other side we have the place of worship, Dar Foundation, if I'm not mistaken, is the name of it. Every Friday, it's just a surge of hundreds of cars coming in, and I think what we're talking about is something very special, a site-specific issue that we have for the Morden businesses and so forth. I can appreciate what the report is doing, but it doesn't help our business owners on the Morden Road, and so. Hopefully, we can look at this and maybe defer or come up with some solutions site-specific for Morden, because we've been dealing with this for so long, and I don't have any definite answers now, but I think that's something within the town and our staff and so forth, we work out some kind of solution, because I know it's been ongoing. I get the calls all the time, and I appreciate your frustration and all the business owners on that block. So thanks very much for your presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Tino. Madam Clerk, the next delegation.
The next delegation is Maria Imperiale.
Ms. Imperiale, welcome. We look forward to your information.
Good evening, Mayor Burton and councillors. Thank you for allowing me the opportunity to speak tonight. My name is Maria Imperiale, and I'm a licensed paralegal. I am here tonight on behalf of Daft-Part Inc. Daft-Part Inc. are property owners and property managers of 2400 and 2420 Lakeshore Road West and 2411 to 2427 Marine Drive, Oakville. 2411, 2427 is a collection of boutique retailers, retail services, and 10 apartments in Bronte Harbor. Back in 2018, a committee meeting was held by the merchants about a parking situation. The merchants, the BIA, and the property managers were all in attendance, and a vote was held. The main issue that was discussed was that there was not enough parking for the customers and staff, as there were many vehicles that would park and go to the marina for the afternoon, go golfing, and or go to other venues. A vote was held, and it was in favor to institute parking enforcement by way of towing. The property managers have been enforcing parking enforcement by way of towing in order to ensure their tenants, customers, and staff have parking. This has been the most cost-effective way, which has not led to an increase in parking and operating expenses, and has allowed their businesses to continue to operate in Bronte. On July 9, 2024, we heard councillors and delegates state that there was a bad apple in the towing industry, and we heard the BIA state, "Why come to Bronte only to have your vehicle towed?" We disagree with these statements. If there is a couple of towing companies towing in Bronte, however, only one main towing company who has contracts for private property towing, how are they considered to be the bad apple? And when it comes to the statement, "Why come to Bronte only to have your vehicle towed?" anyone is allowed to park so long as you follow the rules. If an individual fails to obey the rules, their car will be towed. They can't blame a tow truck driver if they fail to obey the rules. People tend to blame others when they are upset. Just as people blame police officers when they get a speeding ticket, all of a sudden they weren't speeding and the police officer was pointing the radar at the wrong individual. People need to own up to their mistakes. By amending the bylaw, the town of Oakville is not making it right for the property owners, but is making it more difficult for the property owners. DAFPART has a couple of concerns if the bylaw were to be amended. Number one, it's already been discussed tonight, liability concerns. If property owners have to wait 1 hour or longer for a municipal law enforcement officer or a police officer to attend to authorize the removal of a vehicle, and something happens during that time while it's illegally parked on DAFPART's property or any other property, who is responsible? This is one of the reasons why property owners want unauthorized vehicles removed from their property immediately. On July 9th, 2024, it was also stated 2 other jurisdictions were mentioned that have similar bylaw in place to that which is being proposed to the town of Oakville. The 2 jurisdictions which was mentioned was the city of Vaughan and the town of Whitby. I have had an opportunity to review both bylaws. Unlike what the town of Oakville is proposing, the city of Vaughan has not removed the common law option for private property tow removal, nor do they have a time and place of 1 hour as to how long a property owner must wait before a vehicle can be removed from their property. In the town of Whitby, they did remove the common law option for property owners, and it must go through an enforcement officer and or a police officer. However, there is no time that they must wait, such as half an hour or an hour. So they can call immediately if there is someone that is parking illegally. The 1 hour grace period, which the property owner must wait prior to a municipal law enforcement officer attending, will have consequences. Most people can go out shopping, park their vehicles, or go out to eat at a restaurant for 1 hour, and in the meantime, the tenant's customers won't have a place to park. If the bylaw is passed, DAFPART Inc. has advised that they will have no other choice but to hire security to control every other vehicle which enters their parking lot, as well as gating their property, which will increase the operating costs to tenants. By controlling every vehicle which comes into their lot can cause traffic onto the road as well. I know that on July 9, 2024, the statistics were not available as to how many private property tows occurred on an average per month. How can a bylaw be changed without statistics when it can cause so much hardship to property owners? I have spoken to a couple of tow truck operators who are here today as well, And they have advised that on average for this property, it's about 2 to 4 per day and sometimes none. In the summer months, because of the location as to where my client's property is, it's much more busier. And a question that I also have that arises from one of the previous delegates is what happens if during that period of time, within the 1 hour that the tow is arranged, I understand that there was a $50 administrative penalty that would be issued, but by the time and if a tow truck driver is arranged to attend, but what happens if the individual leaves? So there's time for the tow truck driver to attend and make arrangements to pick up that vehicle, but it's a waste of time for the tow truck, it's a waste of the tow truck driver's time, and it's an hour of that free parking. It only benefits the town, and it doesn't benefit the property owner in any way. So we are requesting that the bylaw not be amended and it remain as is. And thank you, and I'm open to answering any questions you may have.
Thank you very much. Councillor O'Meara has questions for you.
Thank you very much. Thank you for coming. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
You had mentioned in your comments, and I quote, people need to own up to their mistakes.
Correct.
Just last week, a lady in my neighborhood was at a nail salon at your location when her car was illegally removed, and she came out and it wasn't there. She went back in the nail salon, had to call, and the vehicle had to be brought back there. So how does your client own up to their mistake?
Okay, I'm not familiar with that. I'm only here to speak on behalf of my client today, but I do have the tow truck operator here. Perhaps he's familiar with that.
Well, I mean, you're the one who has the legal authority and who has hired an individual to do a service for the property, or your client has. I have had 9 years of hearing these mistakes that have been made. So once again, to ask you about your own words, how does your client own up for their mistakes?
I'm not familiar with that. What
In
happened.
general.
So, in general, if my client, I can't speak with respect to that particular situation that took place. And I'm sure that with whatever did take place, I'm sure that they compensated that individual. But like I said, I have the tow truck operator here, and they can probably speak with that. So I can't say, and I'm sorry.
No
now,
problem,
with
that's fine.
respect to what my comment was, people need to own up to their mistakes, is that they cannot say that I didn't see the sign or the sign wasn't big enough. They have to, if their vehicle gets towed, they need to own up to that. They need to be responsible for that particular situation that they're in.
Thank you, Councillor. Ms. Imperiali, thank you very much for your time and your information.
Thank you. If I can be excused?
Yes, you
Thank
can.
you. Have a good night.
Madam Clerk?
The next delegate is John Carusi.
Mr. Carusi, welcome. We look forward to your information.
Good evening, everyone. My name is John Carusi. I'm speaking with you tonight from two perspectives in connection with the property at 481 Morden Road. First, on behalf of myself and my business partners who as a group own the property. And second, as a tenant in this building for over 27 years as a partner of a professional firm within that building. John Tino is actually one of my business partners, so I'll keep my comments brief as he touched on a few items, but I'm going to address some other factors as well. So my concerns as both a owner and tenant include the following. So John had touched on the breach of current lease obligations and the parking requirements that we have to provide for our tenants. Currently, under the current rules, we are managing the situation because we do have the ability to tow on a timely basis, and it hasn't been a concern. So whenever a lot of traffic, a lot of people trying to park on our properties, we can manage it. With the new proposed bylaws, it will be a challenge for us to ensure that we can oblige with our lease obligations. And you also, there's discussion on the Dar Foundation next door and the volume of cars on the Fridays. Again, we were proactive and we actually went to speak with our neighbors and address the concerns, and they were, quite honestly, were very cooperative and very good about the situation. So we tow about 4 or 5 on the Friday, as John had mentioned, but that's only because we're monitoring it and we are towing, and we had an agreement with our neighbors and they respect our rights, and they told their participants to not park next door. So having said that, if we now change the rules and they catch wind of the new proposed bylaws whereby we don't have the same rights and has all this extra time it's going to be a disaster for us because, as was mentioned by Mr. O'Mara, Friday is horrendous. It's parked right down to the end, and our parking lot has available spots. But if they were to park because of the new rules on our property, literally it'll fill it up, and if employees go out to lunch and they come back, they'll lose their spot and they can't come back. Any customers, etc. It'll be a real disaster, and I think many councillors are aware of the situation. So the current rules work, we can manage it, and Nextdoor has been very good. So introducing this new rule will only cause problems for us. The potential liability issues as well is a concern for us because of the potential risk of extra car accidents, slips and falls, etc. So that's been touched on many times, so I concur with that issue. Also, the potential increased crime. That hasn't really been mentioned this evening. We are concerned if people have the ability to stay on the property for many hours unattended. We have a concern with respect to that. So in summary, what our ask is effectively is consider the status quo, and also to consider what the people want in the town of Oakville. I know you've been elected as elected politicians, and you should be acting on behalf of everyone. But I don't think, and you're hearing the comments this evening, that the majority of the individuals that are in the town of Oakville want this new bylaw. So I do understand you have to represent your particular situations, and there's some issues in Bronte, and I respect that. But to put in a law because of some smaller minority that's very loud, that it's going to cause problems from the rest of us, isn't right. So my recommendation is status quo, or bring it to the people as a vote. I don't know if the town has a mechanism to send out an email, have a vote, and let the people actually tell you what we want as a whole. Or, as a minimum, if you don't do that and you want to implement this new rule, have some sort of carve-out, as was discussed, as a unique situation because of our property next door, and grandfather some older rules to some property owners that will have some extreme consequences as a result of this new rule. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Carusi. Madam Clerk?
Yep, the next delegate is Kylie Wilson.
Ms. Wilson, welcome.
Thank
We look
you.
forward to your information.
Thank you very much. Good evening, Mayor Burton and councillors. I'm going to take the conversation in a little bit of a different direction, but definitely appreciate all the comments received tonight. My name's Kylie Wilson. I'm here to talk about item 10.3. Tonight, I'm representing the businesses of the Bronte BIA as the executive director. Overwhelmingly, our business community supports the staff recommendation that bylaw 2024-187, eliminating any common law right to tow or impound a vehicle from private property without the owner's consent, be passed. This council chamber is obviously very well informed about the epidemic of predatory towing in Bronte. But on behalf of our business community, I do want to go on record about the negative impact that it's had on the overall social and economic health of the district, with the hope that on February 28th, 2025, we will be entering a new chapter. I want to provide some examples directly from our business owners that demonstrate how predatory towing on private lots has had a ripple effect across our district. Firstly, it is a daily concern for our businesses and has been so for, I believe, 12 years. Signs are posted on store windows not welcoming customers, but requiring to warn them about towing. And many of our businesses actually have to hire additional staff just to ask, where did you park today? Towing has impacted revenue and business growth opportunities. When customers that are affected by the predatory towing on the private lots we've noted this evening, they decide that they're never going to support Bronte businesses again. And not only this, they amplify this message to their friends and family. So oftentimes our business owners are giving away gift cards at their own expense to try and retain those customers. Towing has overshadowed Bronte's overall reputation as a welcoming waterfront retail destination, and towing has really manifested as online commentary to boycott the very businesses that towing is supposed to be protecting.
Finally, towing is detrimental to our business retention. And most notably, it's been, in the past year, we've lost 2 businesses, one with 67 years of history in Bronte, because they were unable to deal with the issues and the stress of towing in the community. So I hope these examples provide a kind of a demonstration of how towing from private property has impeded Bronte's commercial district's potential and our overall vitality, and demonstrated how it's created an unfair burden for our small businesses to deal with across the district. The proposed bylaw, I believe, is a reasonable solution that will disrupt this practice, and it balances the interests of our small business community while also protecting the rights of private property owners. We believe that at the BIA that this bylaw will reestablish Bronte as a community that welcomes visitors, puts our waterfront and our vibrant retail mix back at the top of people's perceptions. So tonight, I really want to thank you for listening to my delegation and to all of the delegations for your time, and I'm happy to take any questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Wilson. Are there questions? Thank you very much.
Thank you. No questions? Okay, thank you.
Madam Clerk?
The next delegate is John Palladino.
Mr. Palladino, welcome. I look forward, council looks forward to your information.
Thank you very much. Good evening, Your Worship, honorable members of council. Thank you for the opportunity to address this matter. My name's John Palladino. I'm a lawyer at Palladino Law Office. I'm here this evening on behalf of 2 of my clients that oppose the proposed bylaw. First is Centrio Holdings Limited. Centrio owns 4 properties between 447 and 487 Spears Road, as well as 369 and 379 Spears Road. 369 and 379 are the tenants are Chuck's Roadhouse and A&W. I get to be brief because a lot of the comments have already addressed the issue of the Morden Road, Spears Road problem. Centrio also owns the property with tenants Delta Bingo, Moe's Family Restaurant, Igita Yoga. I also act for Ruby Crest Homes, Inc., that owns 131 to 139 Kerr Street and 77 John Street. And some of the tenants there are My Back Shed, Maro's Bistro, Narenge, and Oakville Massage and Wellness Clinic. It has a parking lot behind that property as well. I submitted correspondence to council earlier, and I hope that your worship and honorable members have had the opportunity to review it, so I'm not going to repeat my comments here. I will just keep my submissions very brief. Our submission is that the bylaw will essentially turn private parking areas that are for tenants, staff, and customers into fully free parking spaces. It will be the perception of the public that they can park here for 2 or 3 hours without having any recourse, and they're able to do it. Many of them just stay for a few hours, and it will be without essential recourse. We know that the steps for enforcement have been reviewed, but in our submission, those are extremely onerous to the property owners and will take time. We've mentioned the Morden Road and Spears Road as very site-specific problems and issues already. My client has problems with the John Street and Kerr Street parking lot area as well. As indicated, we've got lease agreements in place where the tenants pay for the parking spaces, they pay for their staff, and they pay for their customers. The bylaw and the way that it is ultimately makes unlawful parking unenforceable will put the landlord in breach of the leases, and the public perception will be, I cannot be towed without my consent, so I'm free to park here. Landowners and business owners do not have the resources or the staff to supervise parking 24/7, see who parks there, when they park there, where they go, and if they're unlawfully parked. Overall, We submit that the bylaw is a major infringement on the rights of private property owners and their tenants who are paying for the parking lots and the use of the parking lots, and who also pay for maintenance, repairs, snow plowing, salting, insurance, property taxes, all related to the property. Two other comments. One is the signage that is proposed with the bylaw that has to be installed is going to cost landowners a lot of money with, again, no meaningful method of recourse for a number of hours. It was previously addressed about the insurance issue. If someone slips and falls or comes onto the property that normally would be unauthorized, but now, for a temporary period, is authorized. With respect, we request that the bylaw not be passed. And I'm happy to answer any questions.
Well, thank you, Mr. Palladino. I have one for you. Were you here and able to hear Director Campbell describe the fact that the offense of illegal parking happens immediately upon committing the act, and the illegal parker, at the very least, gets a $50 ticket for that? I just want to make sure you heard that.
I was here, Your Worship. It is having someone like tenants won't have the manpower to view and supervise the parking lot area. They're inside conducting business, and so it's a difficult thing. My client doesn't have personnel that would be able to look after that.
So, therefore, your submission, I guess, is it's an onerous duty to be put on the...
Very onerous duty.
Thank you very much. I appreciate the clarification. Anyone else? Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much.
Madam Clerk?
The next delegation listed is Sophie O'Sullivan, who listed to appear virtually, but we don't.
Yay! Ms. O'Sullivan, welcome. I find it's better in person, don't you?
I do. I just wasn't sure if I'd get here in time.
Well, you did a great job.
But it is quite late now, so.
You're fine, and we look forward to your remarks.
Thank you. I don't want to revisit everything that everybody else has gone over. I'm here as a property manager in Bronte at 2318 and 2330 Lakeshore Road West. We do not support the amendment of the bylaw. And I just want to make sure that it's known that we do enforce, we have a tow contractor who removes unauthorized vehicles. We probably have 20 signs, but it was a last resort for us. And we did not actually implement this until a few years ago, probably 2021. And that was after trying to manage it, also engaging the delegated and blanket authority with the town, where we could actually call bylaw officers and have them come out and ticket. There were not a lot of tickets issued, and we did have quite an issue getting officers to come when we needed to have that executed. So I just want you to know that towing was not ever something that we wanted to use as a tool to manage our plaza, but it became necessary because what would happen in peak times when it's warmer out, our lot is full. When it's a long weekend, evenings, the majority of the tenants that we have are by appointment, reservation, things of the nature where if they can't park as soon as they show up because the lot's full, they have missed, like I said, an appointment, a restaurant reservation, et cetera. And the cumbersome nature of having to wait to get somebody out, to issue the ticket, to then tow, doesn't allow the businesses that we have also with the right to have the lot for their customers and themselves per their lease, it becomes a really big problem. And so I just want to make it clear that I don't, I think that it is overreaching in the bylaw to require the landowner, the property, the property manager, the property owner, to have to manage this. It comes at a huge cost. And I don't think it solves the long-term problem, which to us seems to be that there's not enough municipal parking lots, availability. I haven't heard anybody all night say that they have an issue with parking in downtown Oakville or towing in downtown Oakville, where there are a lot more municipal options, street parking, structures, surface parking. So it feels onerous on the landlord to have to solve a problem that they didn't create. And I don't know that this is a long-term solution, because I think if it were to pass, which I hope does not happen, we probably have to come up with other strategies, whether it's, implementing restricted barriers to the parking lot, or, paid parking, things that then also make it onerous on the tenant and their customers and everybody that, it seems you're trying to drive to the area. So I don't think it's a productive bylaw to amend this way.
Thank you very much. Before you leave, Councillor O'Meara has a question for you.
Yes.
Thank you very much for coming, Sophie. Do your tenants in that plaza feel the same way you do?
Actually, they do. And I have to tell you that we have even had people running out thanking the tow truck for showing up on things like all the summer-long weekends, because they didn't have their customers able to park until the tow truck showed up.
Okay. Because I am aware of one of your tenants who is actually considered even helping to pay for barriers in the parking lot if that gets rid of the towing. But maybe we can pick that up afterwards. So thank you very much for coming. Thank you, Your Worship.
Sure. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Thank you, Ms. O'Sullivan. Council, that ends the registered delegations, and I'll restrict it to table and let the discussion/debate begin. For one thing, at the very least, I need a mover and seconder for whatever we're going to do. Councillor McNeese.
Your Worship, at the appropriate time, which I guess is now, I'd like to move the staff recommendation.
Thank you, Councillor. Is there a seconder? Councillor O'Meara, thank you. Would the mover and seconder like to speak to their motion?
Thank you, Worship, and through you. I think there's many ways to manage parking, and as we urbanize as a town and a municipality, we are facing some pains as we go along. But we have to have, our responsibility is to have guardrails around certain things. And towing, as we know, has become a problem. We've had hundreds, if not thousands, of complaints, many different types of issues, so much so that the province has had to take over the regulation of it through the TCIA Act. In consultation with the MTO and our MPP and the Towing Secretariat, they have left us a window of opportunity to further clarify who is authorized to initiate a tow. And that's what this bylaw comes down to. There needs to be some checks and balances in place. I believe that our bylaw staff, or it allows for police as well, should be the ones that have those checks and balances in place so that towing does not become predatory. I think people don't appreciate when there's spotters and people roaming around and see this as a business. This should be something that's an extreme measure and a last resort. We've provided in this bylaw for many exceptions. If there's a blockage, if there's an emergency situation, it even mentions if certain special event situations. So I think it's well thought out. It's something that's been considered by many other municipalities, and in consulting with the province, there's nowhere else that has had such an intense problem than Oakville with towing of often a predatory nature. So for those reasons, I'd like to move this forward and thank Councillor O'Meara for his support as well.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor O'Meara.
Thank you, Your Worship, and thanks to my council colleague Jonathan, who's really done a deep dive on this. As most of you around this table know, we have been at this for over 8 years now. We have tried through every attempt possible to rein in what is the Wild West of what tow trucks can do to people, to leave women and children on the street at midnight, to charge extra money, whatever they want. At one point, just demand cash and not take credit cards, to do everything under the sun that we have been following the ball on this. We had a good bylaw until the province came in and again removed that as of January 1st of this year, taking us right back to square one. We've seen other municipalities move forward with this. We have the cooperation of the Halton Regional Police. And thank you again, Chair Knoll, for you facilitating those discussions. They've been great. The police understand the significance and the ramifications about this. The title in this bylaw can often be misleading. And though it says towing a vehicle without the owner's consent, the actual point about that is, except for the circumstances explained here, you can tow vehicles. This is not taking away any private property owner's ability to tow vehicles. It's setting rules about how that happens. It's setting expectations and guidelines so that people know the first thing you do is get a fine. After that, you can get towed, and everybody understands the playing field. So you don't have seniors or people walking off thinking, oh, I'm just gonna grab a coffee, and not even having the time to run back to their vehicle before it's gone. I mean, that is not how we should be acting as a community. It's not what the expectations anywhere should be, anywhere. And I understand there are problems with certain areas about capacity at peak times, and I think we can tackle those challenges. But writ large across this town, the act of predatory towing, where you are actively seeking to take someone's vehicle, rightly or wrongly, without any guardrails around it, has to stop. It has to stop. We have the tools. Thank you to staff, to Selena, and to our legal department as well, Dennis Perlin, who's put in a yeoman's work on this, to understand the legalities of it, to understand where our legal standing is on this, and to make sure that private property owners do have the right to control their private property. So I thank that, and I do thank my council colleagues for this long journey on this. And again, it's not just a Ward 1 issue. We know Claudio was here. We understand the hospital areas in downtown, that this is impacting a lot of areas. I think we're going to change the culture, and I hope we do. And if people are continue to act illegally, they'll be dealt with. But I think this is a great way that we can all level the playing field a bit and understand our expectations. So thank you very much, Your Worship.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Giddings.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you, I'm not able to support the motion that's before us for a couple of reasons. We have, contrary to one of our guests this evening, downtown Oakville has severe parking problems on its own. And it was brought to our attention this afternoon that we have a number of people with reserved parking spaces. They go to work in the morning, they can't get in their reserved parking space. There's no other parking available. And so now they have to wait an hour or so to try to get something done. So that is, I just want to add that to the concerns over Monaghan's, Morden, the hospital, and a handful of other areas. So I can't support that. I would welcome to refer it back to staff, but some ideas for that, but I can't support that. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Chisholm.
Thank you, Your Worship. With respect to it, I'm not supporting the report or the motion also. I think what we've done here, these are private landowners, and I think they have every right within their own land. It's their property, and they have the ability to make sure their businesses are operating efficiently. With respect to that, I do like to see this deferred back because I think there's special circumstances with respect to other parts of the municipality that don't necessarily reflect what's happening in the Bronte area, especially with the Spears and Morden. And I think we need to look at that in a holistic way rather than putting out a universal approach to this, because I don't believe it's going to work with the timing of 1 hour and the time the process goes through and trying to get a hold of somebody, they're gone. And I do understand some of the delegations saying that, you've opened it up now for people to park there knowing they have an hour and then they're gone. So I'm not supporting the recommendation. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Duddick.
Thank you. Through you, Your Worship. I also, unfortunately, cannot support the bylaw. I was wanting to ask Director Campbell if there's an opportunity whereby we could do a pilot project just in Bronte, given that predominantly this issue seems to, and I know there are odd pockets, but could we do something like that where we did, say, a year or two in Bronte, see how that addresses the issue, and then have it come back to council for further consideration? I'm just a little concerned that we're casting the net across the entire community when, for other than Morden Road, which is a whole different issue, you have what my colleagues in Ward 1 are referring to, and rightly so, predatory towing in that area.
Director?
Worship, I'll punt this one over to Dennis Perlin, who can provide some additional clarification.
Okay.
Your Worship, through you to Councillor Dudek, no, a pilot project per se in terms of passing the bylaw and applying it only to Bronte would be discriminatory, and bylaws can't be passed in that manner. So just taking the bylaw and passing it and applying it only to Bronte would not be permitted in terms of doing it in accordance with the Municipal Act.
Thank you, Mr. Perlin. It was sort of a last opportunity to see if we could come to some meeting of the minds. But as I say, I cannot support the bylaw in its current state. But I do so much sympathize with our councillors in Ward 1 who are dealing with a huge predatory issue. Sorry.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Adams?
Thank you very much. I have, I think, 3 questions for our staff that might help me in my decision-making. And first of all, do you have any information about how many tows are actually occurring each day or in any period of time and where they're happening?
Thank you. Through your worship, we're not able to give you a definite answer on that because they're not tracked by town staff. Estimating some properties are towing up to 5 per day. Some are more seasonal. I would use the Monaghan's property as an example of that, where there's specific times of year where there'll be an increase in volume as far as tows, but it will ebb and flow throughout the year. So it's difficult to say exactly how many are occurring, but it is a substantial number.
Because I'm pretty sure I heard 10 a day happening off of that lot, which was a surprise to me. I didn't realize it was that large a number. I knew it was very regular, but I didn't realize it was that large a number. The second question I have for you is, how do you become or authorize people to become municipal law enforcement officers? How does a property owner get a person through that process? And would they on their own be allowed to authorize tows, or do they still have to come through somebody at town hall? And how, can you remind me, how exactly are we going to do that? And would it really be that quick?
Thank you. Through you, your worship. The process to have somebody appointed as an MLEO is relatively simple. There's an application process. You'd submit the application, criminal records check, that sort of thing to the town. You'd receive a very quick training, just a sign-off sheet saying that you understand the process of issuing tickets, the requirements, the information and evidence you need to collect, and the submission process with the tickets with the town. Then we would allow them to go ahead and start issuing tickets. So that could be within, say, a 14-day period, they could get approval. Once that's completed, then they would be able to issue tickets as soon as a violation occurs. So if a property owner had people appointed, they could schedule those times where they have particular issues. If they know it's sort of between a 7 a.m. and 9 a.m. time frame, they may schedule people to be there for that time period. And then they could issue tickets right away. In situations where, and I'll use Morden Road as an example, where there's a significant influx of vehicles at a specific time. The benefit of this process is really that instead of towing 1, 2, or 3 vehicles within that hour that they have to do that, you can ticket as many as you want. You still can tow if they're there beyond the hour, however many you're able to do, but it would allow for that opportunity for education, and that penalty would be provided. So there's a consequence to the illegal parking.
So they can hand out the $50 ticket right away.
That's
what you're
correct.
saying. Thank you. And was there discussion about whether the hour is an appropriate length? Was half an hour considered?
Through your worship, we did consider other timeframes. It was the balance between what had been originally requested. There was hope for a longer time period. We thought the 1 hour was more of a balance between being a reasonable time period for someone to get the coffee and come back versus, extended shopping trips. So that was the balance that we found, but certainly that could be adjusted.
Okay, and what's the process, this is my last question for you, what's the process to check if this process, this bylaw is working? So if it was passed tonight, how do we come back and say, you know what, we've received feedback in the community that this process is too onerous for the property owners, it's not working, we're having issues with people taking up the lot for extended periods of time, and we can't get the tow trucks back in to get them after the 1 hour point and stuff like that?
Through you, your worship, staff could, if council so desired, come back after a year or whatever period is determined to assess, A, how many tows are being authorized, and we could survey the property owners, whoever would, perhaps we run a registration for whoever's authorizing tows and survey them at that point in time to get their opinion on whether or not it is a successful program.
Okay, so, sorry, I said that was my last question, but would there be any operational issues if I asked for an amendment to make the 1 hour 30 minutes?
Through your worship, there would not be any significant change in operational requirements with that change.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Adams. Councillor Elgar.
Thank you. Through you, Mayor Burton, has staff heard anything tonight that would help them make improvements to this proposed bylaw? And I'm thinking of the tire boot, where you could put somebody, an enforcement official could put it on immediately. There wouldn't have to be towing involved, but they'd have to, then there'd be a charge to get it unlocked. They can be pretty effective. Have we researched that? Has staff researched that at all?
Through your worship, I did actually look at a product called the Barnacle, similar idea, only it's attached to the windshield. We did find that it was expensive, and as far as the cost effective at $8,000 per unit, if you're dealing with multiple per day, it would be an expensive proposition.
But a purchase of a boot is not that expensive, as far as I can find out. And it looks like you can charge anywhere between, or normally they charge between $40 and $300 depending on how much they want to charge. Like do you think maybe that might be an option to make it work for everybody?
Through your worship, we would need to do some research on the cost of the boot and how many would be required. Part of that would depend on the number of vehicles, who's going to transport them. There's some complications as far as moving those around, vehicle requirements, staffing requirements, as far as the installation and removal. So, and we would have to consider the liability component with those as well if there's damage to the vehicles.
That'd be interesting what the liability would be if somebody's going to drive away with the boot on their car. Legally, do you think we could be in trouble for that? Does legal have an opinion on that?
I suspect it would be very difficult for them to drive away if that were the case.
I would agree. So I wonder if that's an option that could make everybody happy, but because there's differences in each location. So I wonder whether we should consider that. I thank you.
Councillor, part of our procedure is when the main motion is on the floor, motions to defer and refer and amend are in order. And so if council wants to refer the matter back to staff to research the boot alternative or any other matter, you need a mover and a seconder and a majority.
And I'm well aware of that. I'm just waiting until the show ends before I come up with that. Thank you.
All righty. Councillor Haslett-Deal.
Thank you. Through you, Mayor Burton. Can you talk to us a little bit about how you landed on $50 as the ticket? Because one of the things that resonates with me is that a significant enough deterrent for people who have chosen to park where they shouldn't park? Was there any research? Is there any comparison you can give us?
Through you, Your Worship, I can say that that penalty has been in existence for some time. It has been used across the town for a little while, and I would look to Margaret Boswell, our Manager of Enforcement Services. She might be able to give us a little bit of history on how long that fee has been at that level.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, the penalty for parking on private property without authorization, was just increased under the 2023 rates and fees budget. It previously had been at the rate of $40, so it was increased to $50 just recently. Prior to that, the increase had not been put in place for several years.
And do we know how many of those tickets on private property are issued?
Yes, so as of 2024 to date, approximately 6,200 tickets have been issued by private property appointed MLEOs, and approximately 1,500 have been issued by Town of Oakville mobile compliance officers.
So 6,200 tickets at the $50 mark have been issued, and another 1,500.
Correct.
Doesn't seem like it's much of a deterrent. Because I think that I appreciated all the delegations, and one of the parts I'm wrestling with is we're trying to change people's behavior. We're trying to help them realize that there's a consequence for doing what they're doing, but they shouldn't have to pay $400 to get their, to go recover their car at 11 o'clock at night. And there's some civility to how we conduct business. Not very customer friendly to be towing all the time. So I am a bit thinking that $50 isn't making somebody think twice about parking where they shouldn't park, which may help the business owners with their dilemma of, look, they just keep coming, and that's why I've chosen to tow.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, certainly we can take this back and do a review of the penalty at the current rate versus a proposed future rate that would be increased to provide more of a deterrent for people who were parking on private property without authorization.
Okay. And just for clarity, that $300 administrative fee is for a property owner who illegally tows.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, that is correct.
Okay. And in terms of, I know my council colleagues have probably looked at every angle to try and figure this out. Is there another municipality that approaches it differently than this that has met with success? Success being, we don't have people feeling like towing's just just do it every day and don't worry about everybody else.
Thank you for that. Through you, Your Worship, there is a number of municipalities that do provide assistance or that authority to tow, and Whitby had been mentioned as one of them, and they were one of the municipalities we contacted early on. I will say that the situation in Oakville does differ from anyone we have spoken to. just because of the number of private property tows that are occurring within this municipality. When speaking to Whitby staff, they had mentioned that they actually only performed a handful, maybe up to 10 per year. So the situation is definitely different.
So my last question, of those 6,200, do you know how many of them are repeat offenders?
Through your worship, I'm sorry, I wouldn't be able to tell you that off the top of my head today, but we probably could run a report to find out how many within 1 year to the same license plate. Not necessarily the same individual who parked, but we could run it to the same license plate.
Okay, thanks very much.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Knoll.
Thank you, Worship. I'm inclined to support this resolution with the amendment that Councillor Adams is putting forward. I just want to, from my perspective, I've been managing properties my entire life and sometimes large parking lots, and have had problems from time to time. And I can recount the only time I've ever called a tow truck a property where there was a proper signage and a contract was to remove a sailboat that was dumped on our property that was essentially scuttled on our property. So that's the only time I've ever, and it was on the trailer, so it was very convenient to take away. That's the only time I've ever done it. I find that, but also as somebody that's been managing properties, I also wouldn't want my rights taken away as well. But I think that Councillor O'Meara really clarified one of the most important points here is that it's not really, it's not so much that the rights of property owners are being really restricted here, they're being tempered. And they're being tempered with I think, solid legislation to establish when it can happen and who can make that decision. There's not many things that we have in our bylaws, or even for that matter in federal or provincial jurisprudence, that allows an individual, a non-official individual, to make a decision about enforcing a law. So I've always been uncomfortable with the notion of having cars removed on a predatory basis, and I remain that way today. But I do think that this is a good balance between the rights of property owners and an appropriate measure to ensure that individuals that may actually be stuck in a situation. We had fairly recently in my ward where I had somebody complain to me that in a particular bar, they felt uncomfortable driving home. And they called an Uber, and they went home, and they came back, or they sent, I think if they sent a spouse back to pick up the car, and it had been gone. That person didn't walk off the property. That person was taken by an Uber that not only was the right thing to do from an enforcement perspective and from a legal perspective, but it was also really protected the liability of the bar operator. I'm not going to indicate what bar it was, but I will indicate this is during a recent holiday celebration that this occurred. And I was not able to help this constituent get any kind of restitution either, free dinner or otherwise. So I'll be supporting the motion with the and the amendment that Councillor Adams is putting forward.
Thank you, Councillor Knoll. Anyone else? Councillor Adams, until you raise your hand and say you're moving an amendment, you haven't done it. Your amendment?
Yes, I'm moving it.
Well, you should tell people what it is.
Yes, well, it was just circulated, and I'll read it for everybody. So it's moved by myself and seconded by Councillor Nanda, and it's one, that the waiting period be reduced to 30 minutes in section 5.2E, and two, that staff provide a review of the effectiveness of the bylaw in 1 year. So one thing I'm a little bit concerned about is whether we're getting it quite right with respect to the process that's going to be involved, and so I'd like to hear back that in fact, that process is working.
Thank you, Councillor. Any discussion, or shall I put the vote on the amendment? Councillor Giddings.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. With the mover's approval, I'd like to include something to the effect for renters of spaces in downtown, whether that be the BIA in Bronte or Kerr Street or anywhere else, where they have a signed reserved parking spot and they have no access to it. So if that could be included in terms of whether that could be an immediate tow when it's private property or leased to them.
Well, Councillor, my advice is that sounds like a proper amendment, a freestanding singular amendment, which you could add to the main amendment after we deal with these two things, unless the mover wants to enlarge his amendment, but it's sort of outside the scope of what he wanted to do. Counselor?
I think it would be really helpful to have that written down so that we actually know what the amendment is. And yes, I think it would be easy to create such an amendment, and I think we as a council could then decide on that amendment separately. So I'm not sure I have any particular issue with it, but just from a process perspective, we could move and pass this amendment and then do a second amendment. So,
Counselor, is that okay? Okay. Counselor Chisholm.
Just adding recorded votes on these, please.
On the amendments too?
Yes, please.
Thank you, Counselor. All right, well then, I welcome the proposed amendment because if passed, I guess it would reduce the amount of what might later look like predatory parking, where people get to take somebody else's parking property and convert it to their own use. So I'll ask the clerk to call the roll, and you'll answer yes to support the amendment and no to oppose it.
Mayor Burton, just to be clear, are we voting on the motion put forward by Councillor Adams and Nanda and seconded by Nanda?
The amendment proposed by Adams and Nanda is the only matter that's in order now, because once an amendment is moved, that becomes the only topic of the meeting.
Wasn't sure.
Okay.
Okay, Councillor Adams?
yes?
Councillor Chisholm?
No.
Councillor Dudek?
No.
Councillor Elgar?
No.
Councillor Giddings?
No.
Councillor Grant?
Yes.
Councillor Haslett-Theo?
Yes.
Councillor Knoll?
Yes.
Councillor Lischina?
Yes.
Councillor Longo?
Yes.
Councillor McNeese?
Yes.
Councillor Nanda?
Yes.
Councillor O'Meara?
Yes.
Councillor Shea?
Yes.
Mayor Burton?
Yes.
And the motion passes.
Thank you. Councillor Giddings, did you want to propose an amendment?
Yes, I've just sent it out to members of council and the clerk, that staff develop a process that will allow signed reserved parking spaces to have immediate towing/removal.
Do staff have any comment or guidance?
Through your worship. Through your worship, we can include that as an exception to the bylaw in section 5, sub 2, I believe it was E, with the other exemptions where we include a reserved parking space within private property.
So Councillor Giddings, can we take it that your wording would be to add the exemption you specified to that section of the bylaw?
Yes, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. And do you have a seconder? I'll second it. Councillor Elgar is the seconder. Councillor Dudek, would you like to speak, or?
Yes, please.
It's your turn.
Just a quick question through you, Mr. Chair. For those property owners, private property owners, who would not be satisfied with what I think is going to be approved tonight, could they provide something, if this amendment passes, to say it's reserved for, and then name reserved for clients of such and such, in which case they could tow it immediately?
Councillor, thank you for your question. Director Campbell is consulting with Solicitor Perlin.
Through your worship, if we could take that particular one back and report back to council. The concern is that if we start doing an amendment like that on the fly, I'm worried that we're going to impact the overall integrity of the bylaw.
Thank you, Director. Councillor Duddick, that's your answer. The next questioner is Councillor Haslett-Thiel.
Thank you, through you, Mayor Burton. So in terms of that, Councillor Giddings' suggestion, I would ask that you consider whether or not it says signed, reserved, and paid. Because I think creating this wiggle room is, I think Councillor Giddings has the appropriate approach that if I have a paid permit parking space, I should be able to immediately address that issue, but it should be a paid, signed permit parking space, not just these are for my clients. So that would be my comment on that.
Councillor Giddings.
I leave that to you, Chair, in terms of the motion that has been approved.
Well, I'm not sure we've approved your amendment yet. We haven't had the roll call vote on
Oh,
that.
well, by all means, that's a friendly amendment then.
All right. Councillor Elgar?
Mayor Burton, if we're going to be sending some things back to staff to report back on, similar to what Councillor Duddick just mentioned, I wonder if staff could report back on the use of the vehicle boot to see if other municipalities are using it. And it might just work very well for those who want to put the clamp on and who could actually do it and what the cost would be. And it may work better for everyone, no matter where you live in Oakville.
I'm sure staff could report on that.
I would-
You are not suggesting, though, to refer the entire thing back to staff
No,
to
no,
consider
Mayor
this
Burton, I am
alternative use?
not at all. But it would be good to get a report back on that because I understand it is effective.
The director's indicated she'll do that.
I thank you.
Oh, through your worship, actually, I was hoping I could add a comment to that.
Oh, well, please do.
Thank you, just for consideration. When considering the prospect of staff utilizing a boot program, I would note that that would mean the vehicle would stay in place. So that could actually mean an extended period of time that the vehicle would be occupying a space on these private properties. So that may be contrary to some of the intent of the desire of the property owners here today.
Well, that would be interesting if you come back with that because maybe it would, maybe it wouldn't. If they're stuck there for a few hours getting the boot unlocked, they may not rush back right away there. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor O'Meara.
Thank you, Your Worship. And I was just going to raise that same point. What many of the private property owners here tonight said is they want that vehicle off their property immediately. They don't want to have it booted up and take a second longer than it needs to be removed from their property. So that's actually a bit counterintuitive to what we heard tonight from the delegates about trying to remove those vehicles. But what I think what I'm, with Councillor Adams' amendment, with the 30 minutes, by the time somebody goes and calls a tow truck and dispatches, it's almost the same thing. It's almost the exact same thing about a private parking spot somewhere. It would take almost the exact same amount of time to just go and get a hold of a tow truck company, whoever's around, and have them come. So I don't know I think we might be sort of doing the same thing in two different ways here. I think Councillor Adams' amendment expedites the process of getting a tow truck to any spot that has gone through the process where an adult in the room says, yeah, this car needs to be towed and it's been a half an hour. So I think we're accomplishing the same goal, perhaps, Councillor Gidding, is what you're hoping to achieve. And so I'm just not sure if we need that. I think we've got it. I think, it would take anybody about half an hour to get on the phone, get through the things, press the numbers, call somebody, give an address, have them reach somebody, get dispatched and be there. So I think it's almost the same effect. Happy to have it go back and have it to come back again, but I just don't think we're going to get much further along than what Councillor Adams and Councillor Nanda have already added to the conversation here, in my humble opinion.
Councillor Giddings.
I appreciate that, Councillor Merritt. I think there is a difference, though, when somebody has an office or there's extremely limited parking and you are you're renting for a preferred or a private parking space adjacent to your home or to your business because of the lack of parking.
So, Councillor Giddings, I see no more hands for debate on your amendment, and I'm happy to have the clerk call the roll. If everybody's good with that. Councillor Adams?
I'm sorry, was there a change to what was circulated? I'm just a little bit unsure about what we're actually voting on.
We're adding his exemption to the list of exemptions in the Act instead of the other way he phrased it in what he circulated to you.
Because I think the last thing I understood we were voting on was that staff develop a process that will allow signed/reserved parking spaces to have immediate towing/removal.
So
Is there
now
different wording?
it'll be that signed, et cetera, will be added to the list of exemptions. Because the director said that's the expeditious way to accomplish what he wanted.
And my understanding is staff will develop the detailed process for that to happen.
Through you, Your
For
Worship.
what will be considered okay.
If we could look at the precise wording for that particular exemption, I am concerned that it's going to open that up a little bit. I do appreciate the wording from Councillor Haslett-Thiel. If it could be specific to the type of parking space that we're talking about, if it is a private, paid, permitted, reserved space, then that might be something we could do. But if it was just reserved for customer parking, essentially you open it up to everything and essentially.
So I neglected to mention that Councillor Giddings added the paid to his list. And he accepted, Director, he accepted your suggestion that his precise term could be added to the list of exemptions. Are you maintaining that possibility, or?
Yes.
All right. Does that answer you?
Could we kindly have it in writing so that we all understand what we're voting on precisely? I'm just want to make sure that some of us here on this side of the table are a little confused, and we would really like it in writing, please.
Councillor Giddings, can you rise to this challenge?
It'll be there momentarily.
Thank you. Councillor Grant, in the meantime?
Sorry, does it have to be paid? Can it just be permitted? So, say employees coming in for work would get a permit, put it in their car, and that way, if they were to leave later and come back, they'd still have that permit and be able to take the spot back?
Through you, Your Worship, I would say we would need to be specific here because it does open it up. And perhaps if there's debate within council, staff can come back with some precise wording.
Yeah. The mover and seconder are happy with the precise approach. Your opportunity procedurally is to vote against it or move to defer it. Councillor O'Meara.
Okay, so if the mover and the seconder want to have precise language, unfortunately, I can't support that precise language because how do you prove it? Anybody can just go and paid permitted parking here, all up and down there, and how are you going to prove that? Show receipts for paid park? Like, we need staff to take this one item and go away and figure the language and bring it back. If we want to add the precise language, this is a loophole. And this is, I could see 100 of these signs going up in a parking lot. And how do you prove that it has been paid and permitted? And I mean, we're going down a bit of a rabbit's hole. Staff have asked for some time to figure out the language here, and I would be nervous that we're not giving it to them.
Councillor Giddings. Councillor Duddick in the meantime.
I just want some clarification as well. Is Councillor O'Meara wanting to refer this back to staff, this amendment? Not the motion, the amendment.
He may be, but he didn't.
I'd be pleased to offer a referral back to staff.
Okay. Do you want to name the purpose?
For further investigation and comment regarding the viability of designating special paid parking or reserved parking.
All right, is there a seconder for Councillor Duddick's? Councillor O'Meara is the seconder. Madam, is there debate, or shall I have the clerk call the roll? The clerk can call the roll. To vote to refer Councillor Giddings' amendment, say yes. To vote against referring it, say no.
Okay, Councillor Adams,
Yes?
Councillor Chisholm,
Nope.
Councillor Duddick,
Yes?
Councillor Elgar,
Yes.
Councillor Giddings,
Yes.
Councillor Grant,
Yes.
Councillor Haslett-Thiel,
Yes.
Councillor Knoll,
Yes.
Councillor Lischina,
Yes.
Councillor Longo,
Yes.
Councillor McNeese,
Yes.
Councillor Nanda,
Yes.
Councillor O'Meara,
Yes.
Councillor Shay,
Yes.
and Mayor Burton.
Yes. All right, that motion to refer carries. And are there other amendments, or can we vote on the main motion? Just asking for a friend. I'll ask the clerk to call the roll.
Calling the roll on the main motion, Mayor Burton,
Yes.
Councillor Adams,
Yes.
Councillor Chisholm,
Nope.
Councillor Duddick,
No?
Councillor Elgar,
Yes.
Councillor Giddings,
No.
Councillor Grant,
Yes.
Councillor Haslett-Thiel,
Yes.
Councillor Knoll,
Yes.
Councillor Lischina,
Yes.
Councillor Longo,
Yes.
Councillor McNeese,
Yes.
Councillor Nanda,
Yes.
Councillor O'Meara,
Yes.
Councillor Shay,
Yes.
and the motion carries.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Thank you, Council. Could we now turn our attention to 8.6 from the consent item, the roles and responsibilities in managing protests. The motion in the agenda, which was recommended by the town legal staff, was that the report from Municipal Enforcement Services and the legal department regarding this matter be received, and that staff be directed to monitor and report back on the status of any effective municipal approaches to address nuisance protests within a reasonable distance of community infrastructure. Council, we have a new motion in this matter from Councillor Knoll and Councillor Lischina. I believe it's been circulated to you. I myself had a copy a second ago. Does everybody have a copy? Here it is. I even have mine. With that, I'll read it. Number one, that staff be directed to engage in virtual public consultation and engage experts as may be necessary on the development of a bylaw to regulate certain forms of protests near vulnerable social infrastructure, recognizing that nothing in the bylaw should prevent peaceful protests or demonstrations, and report back to council with a draft bylaw in the first quarter of 2025, including the following. A, clear definition. The regulated conduct should be limited, properly defined, and focused on activities impeding access to vulnerable social infrastructure without encroaching on criminal law powers, i.e. violence or hate speech. B, access zone. Establishing a, quote, access zone from the property line of vulnerable social infrastructure that does not exceed what is reasonably necessary. And C, that maximum penalties must be rational and proportionate. Councillor Knoll and Councillor Lischina, you have the floor.
You'd like us to speak to it before delegations?
You should. After all, the delegations might like to know what they're going to speak about.
Sure. Give me 1 second. I wasn't ready for that. 2 seconds here. I'm going to read from a prepared text just because of I want to make sure I cover everything off here. Okay, well, first of all, thank you, Your Worship, for calling me to speak on this as the mover, and thank you to legal staff for drafting this bylaw in such a way that we can ensure that the work...
They haven't drafted a bylaw.
Sorry, I meant drafted the motion.
Thank you.
The staff helped us draft this motion today to make sure that, I'm stalling for time because I'm still looking for my comments here, that they've drafted this motion to best ensure success in a court challenge, should that come, but also to ensure that we are, in fact, looking out for and protecting charter rights. So here are my comments. So speaking today to ask for council support for a motion that Councillors Chin and myself have asked to proceed with the drafting of a bylaw to regulate certain forms of protest near vulnerable social infrastructure, notwithstanding the concerns and recommendations of the staff report. At the heart of this motion, we are seeking to carefully balance two fundamental rights that are sometimes in tension. The right to a peaceful protest, which of course is protected under the Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms, and we've seen those at council chambers, we've seen them across the municipality for decades, and the right of individuals to access community spaces safely and without the fear of harassment or intimidation. Peaceful protest is an essential part of democracy, giving people a voice to express dissent and advocate for change. At the same time, residents have an equally important right to attend schools, to worship, to access childcare or other community services free from disruption, intimidation, or harm. This bylaw, very important, this bylaw does not aim to restrict lawful expression, but to ensure that the exercise of one's rights does not infringe upon another, which is a key concept of that particular right in the Charter. One can't overrule the other. This is not about silencing voices, but about safeguarding safety, dignity, and access for all. Now, before I go further, I want to take a moment to thank the legal staff and the enforcement staff for their hard work researching this sensitive and complex issue. I know that they did a lot of work on it, and they, depending on the outcome of this resolution tonight, they may have more work to do yet. Their thorough and cautious approach reflects diligence and care that they bring to the work every day, ensuring that we are well informed about the legal implications and challenges of moving forward. That said, as a council, we are sometimes called upon to take bold steps even when there is uncertainty. The staff have given us valuable advice, but it is now our responsibility to decide how to lead the community forward. Now, this is not the first time that Oakville has been ahead of the curve. Over the last 2 decades, we have been a leader on many issues that other municipalities and even higher levels of government later adopted. Councillor Elgar will remember when we bucked the trend and created a gold standard smoking policy that was a tough fight to get through, but we managed to get that through. And it came before the Smoke-Free Ontario Act became law, and I think at the time we were kind of bragging that we inspired that. We took decisive action to ban children from using tanning beds to protect public health of our young people. We led the way by banning the commercial use of synthetic pesticides, a move that the province eventually followed with similar legislation. Oakville has always been willing to do the right thing, even when it is required to be bold and visionary. Today, we have another opportunity to lead alongside municipalities like Vaughan, Brampton, Mississauga, and Ottawa, who are grappling with this very issue today. I want to clarify, because I've had this come back a few times to me, asking me what's meant by it. I want to clarify the term nuisance protest. As I read it, and how it differs from peaceful, charter-protected assembly. Peaceful protests are those that allow individuals to express their views and exercise their democratic rights without infringing on others. These demonstrations are fully protected under the Charter and must remain so. However, nuisance protests are different. They are disruptive and intimidating. They create barriers, whether physical or emotional, that can prevent residents from safely accessing spaces like schools, places of worship, and childcare centers. We must ensure that our residents, regardless of their background or beliefs, can access these community spaces without fear of being harassed or feeling unsafe. This bylaw is not about silencing dissent and is not directed to any particular cultural or religious group. It is about drawing a clear, reasonable boundary that ensures public spaces remain welcoming and safe for everyone. I want to respectively refute the notion that some of these nuisance protests may be lawful but awful. If a protest intimidates or harasses individuals and creates a barrier to safe access, we must question whether it is truly lawful under the spirit of the Charter. Rights and freedoms are not absolute. The Charter itself allows for reasonable limits when justified, and, in my opinion, it is entirely reasonable to regulate conduct that infringes on the rights of others. Yes, we are operating in uncertain legal terrain. Similar bylaws in other jurisdictions are yet to be tested in the courts, and their enforcement remains minimal in other communities. But that should not deter us. Leadership requires bold action, even when certainty is unavailable. By moving forward, we demonstrate to our residents that their right to freely worship or go to class safely and with dignity matters. We show that Oakville is willing to take the lead and be part of the solution, just as we have done in the past. I urge this council to embrace Oakville's legacy of leadership. Let us take proactive steps to ensure that all residents can access these community spaces safely and without intimidation. We can move forward thoughtfully and carefully, recognizing the hard work and advice of our staff, while also acknowledging our responsibility to lead. I urge you to support the next step, and that's what it is, just a step. There's nothing being completed tonight, nothing being ordained this evening. But we're asking, this resolution asks staff to draft a balanced, neutral, and fair bylaw, one that will still be subject to public consultation, and one that protects safe access, protects charter rights, respects peaceful protests, and demonstrate once again that Oakville is a leader in doing what is right for our community. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Lischina.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'm not sure if I should just say ditto here, not to prolong the meeting, but I do want to thank Councillor Knoll for eloquently providing the reasoning behind this motion and why I am seconding and supporting it. So I do hope our council colleagues are also on the same page. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you. Council, I would propose now that we hear our delegations. Madam Clerk, would you call our registered delegations?
Yes, our first delegation is Nancy Friedman.
Ms. Friedman, welcome. Council looks forward to your information.
Hi, thank you. I'm going to keep what I'm going to say short because thanks to Jeff, some of it is part of what you've already said. Thank you, Mayor Burton, Council, for the opportunity to speak. I appreciate the work all of you do to keep all of us safe and to create an inclusive and respectful community. My name is Nancy Friedman. I'm a board member of Shari Bethel Synagogue in Oakville. And certainly I'm in favor of the bylaw that we're looking at creating in Oakville. We're a Reformed congregation that values community, dialogue, and peace. We're active members of the Interfaith Council of Halton, and we work hard to create relationships and partnerships with all organizations in Halton. As a community, there is fear and concern with the rising tensions. As a congregation, we're now paying for security at our synagogue for all religious services and holidays right here in our town of Oakville. I see four main benefits to this bylaw. It maintains peace and safety. Worshipers can enter and leave places of worship without fear, disruption, or harassment. 2, it supports community inclusivity. The bylaw demonstrates a commitment to diverse faiths and traditions that make our community vibrant. 3, it's proactive and it's fair. By setting clear boundaries, council can prevent potential conflicts before they arise. Importantly, this bylaw would apply equally to all places of worship, ensuring fairness across the board. And 4, it protects free expression. Protests and demonstrations can still occur in a way that does not infringe on the safety of worshipers. This is not about addressing one situation at one location. It's about creating a standard of respect for all spaces of worship in our town, ensuring that every resident feels welcome regardless of their faith or beliefs. This is not a reactive measure. This is a forward-thinking policy, as Jeff mentioned, that promotes community harmony while respecting the rights of all. So thank you for your time. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you very much. Are there questions for the delegation? Thank you, Ms. Friedman. Madam Clerk?
The next delegation is Deirdre Cahill.
Ms. Cahill, take your time. We see you coming. You're welcome here too. We look forward to your information.
Hi, thank you. I made it to the podium this time. My name is Deirdre Cahill. I'm an Oakville resident, a mother, and a former teacher. I want to thank you for the opportunity to speak on an issue that is both critical and sensitive to our community. Today, we are discussing the report that recommends imposing restrictions on demonstrations and protests within a certain distance of what are defined as vulnerable social infrastructures, such as places of worship, schools, and community centres. And I note that Mr. Knoll mentioned childcare centres a few times as well. While I recognise the concerns behind these recommendations, I must respectfully oppose them. I believe these proposed measures threaten to infringe upon the fundamental rights and freedoms that we all cherish as Canadians, including the right to peaceful assembly and free expression. The recommendations put forward in this report suggest adopting a blanket policy that would prohibit demonstrations within 100 metres of certain public spaces. While the intent may be to ensure safety, I believe that such a measure risks undermining the very freedoms that we are trying to protect. Specifically, Section 2 of the Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms guarantees all Canadians the right to freedom of thought, belief, opinion, expression, peaceful assembly, and association. These freedoms are non-negotiable and should not be eroded by overly broad or generalised restrictions. We must also remember that peaceful protests and demonstrations are part and parcel of Oakville's fabric. In our town, we have seen numerous occasions where residents gathered peacefully to express their views, whether to raise awareness on issues such as climate change, social justice, or support for marginalised communities. These protests have taken place outside of schools, religious centres, and other public spaces. Importantly, they have remained peaceful and respectful, demonstrating that it is possible to protest without causing harm, intimidation, or undue disruption to the community. Take, for example, the peaceful rallies held by Oakville's climate activists over the past few years, calling for stronger environmental action. These events have taken place outside schools, places of worship, and public parks. They were organised with the intention of raising awareness about the climate crisis, not to intimidate anyone, but to engage the community in a larger conversation about the future of our environment. Similarly, Oakville has witnessed demonstrations supporting human rights and social justice, where individuals peacefully gathered to express solidarity with groups facing discrimination or inequality. In the past year, citizens have actively mobilized to bring attention to the ongoing genocide in Palestine, where citizens have participated in some of the largest demonstrations the town has witnessed. All of these have occurred peacefully. Often, demonstrators hold political and social views that may not align with others. This, however, does not give reason to restrict them, so long as they are not hateful. These examples highlight that Oakville residents are capable of peaceful, respectful protest. Our community has shown time and again that it is possible to voice dissent in a way that promotes dialogue and understanding rather than division or fear. To suddenly impose broad restrictions on demonstrations risks stifling this essential aspect of democratic expression. The right to assemble peacefully and express one's views is fundamental to the fabric of Canadian society, and we must be very cautious about introducing policies that could limit this right. The proposed 100-metre restriction may sound like a solution, but it risks overreach. By placing such a wide geographical limit on protests, we may unintentionally suppress those who wish to engage in peaceful democratic expression, even when their intentions are not to disrupt or intimidate others. We must also consider the unintended consequences of such a policy. It could lead to a chilling effect on future protests, with citizens unsure of where they can express their views without fear of breaking the law. This is not the path that Oakville should take. It is important to remember that the Canadian Charter allows for reasonable limits on rights and freedoms, limits that can be demonstrably justified in a free and democratic society. However, these limits must be carefully calibrated to ensure that they do not unduly restrict the core values of our society. By blanket banning protests within 100 metres of certain locations, which I'm not even sure which ones they are, we risk crossing that line and imposing an excessive restriction on free speech and assembly. Furthermore, Oakville already has mechanisms in place to ensure public safety during demonstrations. Whether through invoking the Trespass to Property Act or seeking law enforcement support, we have the tools to address disruptive or unlawful protests without resorting to overly broad geographical restrictions. Our local police, Halton Regional Police Services, are skilled in maintaining public order and safety while respecting the democratic rights of individuals. By continuing to work with law enforcement and relying on existing legal frameworks, we can handle disturbances effectively without undermining fundamental freedoms. Instead of limiting where protests can occur, I believe Oakville should focus on fostering a community where dialogue and understanding are prioritised. We should work together with faith leaders, community organisers and residents to find ways to ensure that our places of worship, schools and other vital institutions remain safe and accessible to all without unnecessarily limiting the rights of those who wish to voice their concerns. The solution lies not in limiting free expression, but encouraging respectful, constructive conversations that allow us to address these challenges as a united community. In conclusion, while I understand and share the concerns for safety and security, I believe the recommendations before us would unduly infringe upon the fundamental rights that define us as a democratic society. Oakville has a long tradition of peaceful protests, and our community has demonstrated time and again that we can engage in meaningful dialogue without resorting to intimidation or harm. Let us reject these proposed measures and focus on finding solutions that promote safety, inclusion, and respect for all Oakville residents, while also safeguarding our cherished freedoms of expression and assembly.
Thank you very much for, is it on? Yes.
No questions?
Thank you very much for your message. Madam Clerk?
The next delegation is Lara Al-Omari.
Ms. Al-Omari, welcome. Council looks forward to your information.
Hello, this is my first time speaking here. Hello, everyone. I think Deidre touched on a lot of things that I've always also done. So I'm just gonna go, I'm gonna focus on what I know best, and that is schools. Schools are among the most likely locations for minors to protest, especially on issues directly affecting them. By introducing policies that preemptively regulate protests in schools or other vulnerable social infrastructure, the policy effectively prevents students from protesting in the very space where their voices are most relevant. This creates a contradiction. Minors are expected to exercise their right to peaceful assembly in areas where they are present daily. Yet the policy, the report makes it nearly impossible to do so without running afoul of municipal restrictions. While minors have the right to peaceful assembly under the Charter, this proposal sort of prioritizes maintaining order over upholding their democratic freedoms, which undermines the very purpose of the rights protected in these spaces, as it imposes a preemptive burden that stifles spontaneous or meaningful protests. In essence, this paradoxically claims to safeguard minors by making it disproportionately harder for them to protest in spaces like schools, where their protests are the most impactful. This not only limits their rights, but it also contradicts the intent of fostering civic participation and engagement among youth. I want to thank you. I'm also, of course, a resident of Oakville.
Thank you very much for the message that you brought. Councillor Knoll.
I have a question for the delegate. Well, first of all, I just want to say I agree with you 100% with what you're saying, and that is in no way impacts the motion that's put forward. And so I'm wondering, have you seen the motion
Oh,
that
yeah.
we're voting on? You've seen the motion?
I saw it up here, yes.
You saw it up there?
Yeah.
So did you read the clause 1A that says the regulated conduct should be limited, properly defined, and focused on activities impeding access to vulnerable social infrastructure? So it's talking about actions that impede access or otherwise impact the ability of people to be able to come and go from these facilities safely. It doesn't in any way impact children in schools. Did you?
Yeah, but schools is what was on the report,
right?
Not necessarily the bylaw that you introduced today.
What in the report suggests that somehow students would be stifled
Because
from,
this is well,
sorry,
schools.
sorry.
Yeah, go ahead.
No, I'm asking a question. This is a question. Judge me on the question. What in the report suggests to you that we would, that first of all, there's no bylaw proposed, but what in the report frightens you to think that we would stop peaceful protests on a school property, or that we would even have the right to do that?
Yeah, well, vulnerable populations, like would put students under the umbrella, or like that would be like a direct definition of children, and as well as seniors, as well any marginalized community, and the report does say that.
Okay, Your Worship, I would ask that that just as direction to staff that they take that into consideration in the drafting of the bylaw.
Thank you, Councillor. Thank you very much.
Are you done?
You made an impression.
Thank
you. Council, I just want to remind you that the hour is late.
I'll move we go beyond.
Thank you. It's seconded by Councillor Knoll. May I put the vote? Oh, I can put the vote. Any objection to going past the hour? Please raise your hands. Thank you. It's close, but we're going past the hour. Now, Council, just in the name of order and good governance, it's our established practice that we debate each other and not our delegates. We receive their information and we consider it in our debate with each other. So if we could do that, that would be really nice. Please and thank you. And Madam Clerk, would you call the next delegation?
Next delegation is Hugh Doherty.
Mr. Doherty, welcome. Council looks forward to your information.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and Council. Thanks for letting me speak this evening. My name is Hugh Doherty, and I've benefited from immigrating to Canada in 1968 as a child born in Derry, Ireland. As a citizen of Canada, I have come to love this country and many of the things it stands for, including its rights and freedoms, some of which were not available to me in my hometown. As a matter of fact, when you come to protest, there was a peaceful protest in my city some years ago in 1972, and 14 people were murdered by the British authorities. I'm not implying anything like that could happen here. Okay? So today I'd like to express my viewpoint on the proposal regarding roles and responsibilities in managing protests. We have a police force. We have a very good police force. I've been at the protests and I've witnessed cooperation and respect between the police force and the organizers of protests. They are quite capable. What you're proposing is redundant. The police force is able to manage the situation so far that they have no real complaints in the 42 protests that have happened so far this year. They said so earlier this evening. As we live in a free society, we must be careful when any official body attempts to limit the rights and freedoms of peaceful demonstrations. It is reasonable to assume there are laws in place to address people and groups that infringe on the rights of others in a manner which restricts the other party's rights and freedoms. For instance, if there's a group of union workers gathered in a picket line outside the place of their employment, police are authorized to arrest or detain any who commit an offense or break the law. The same is true in any protest. It is not the purview of the City Council, I believe, to create new restrictions of protesters assuming what may take place. We have no evidence that anything other than peaceful demonstrations have taken place. The police would have reported so. Restrictions of acting on rumors, innuendo, and unfounded accusations creates bylaws contravening the rights of one group because of bias is against our rights as laid out in the Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedom. Perception is not reality. And following the likes of Vaughan or Mississauga or other municipalities that have adopted a particular law does not make Oakville the leader, it makes them a follower. The rights and freedoms in the Charter are not absolute. That's true. And it provides limitations on rights and freedoms, and it states the Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms guarantees the rights and freedoms set out in it, subject only to such reasonable limits prescribed by law as can be demonstrably justified in a free and democratic society. This means that charter rights can be limited to protect other rights or important national values. For example, freedom of expression may be limited by laws against hate propaganda. We have that. We have laws against hate propaganda across Canada. Our police forces are well and capable of enforcing those laws. The Supreme Court has recognized that freedom of expression does not extend to protect threats of violence or acts of violence. We have that. The police forces are quite capable and ready and able to address anybody who gets out of line. Your police force has demonstrated that time and time again. Or other clearly unlawful conduct. In addition, in some cases, the reasonable limits prescribed by law will also apply. If there are threats of violence or acts of violence, restriction of the freedom of others, the police already have enough power and enough authority to arrest or detain any offending parties. In my life, I have defended the rights and freedoms of people who practice different faiths, worked with them on communities, and I respect them. I have sat on committees and boards of the Hillel Synagogue, St. Mary Star of the Sea Church, and I have worked in cooperation with many Muslim groups and many others that do not practice a particular faith. The people I am here to speak of, on behalf of, are Palestinian. Palestine has historically been made up of three Abrahamic faiths: Judaism, Christian, and Muslim. They do not protest people because of their Jewish faith and are not expressing anti-Semitic sentiment as a group. The only protests outside synagogues have taken place because business meetings are being held that are contrary to international law. This is the business of selling what the ICJ, the ICC, and the United Nations recognizes as Palestinian land occupied territories by Israel. Here is a clear distinction. These companies and real estate agents are flouting the law by hiding behind the cloak of religion. This is being backed by the political entity called Israel. The world stood by in the 1930s during World War II as innocent Jewish people were disenfranchised, their land, homes, and possessions taken away and given to others. Many were killed in the streets as others just watched. We have got to be ashamed of that happening. The ones that survived the camps were treated as being ungrateful for surviving if they tried to claim homes back that had been confiscated. We did next to nothing to stop it. Palestinian lands are being taken, houses are being bombed or bulldozed, families that have lived in them for generations are being evicted, told to run to safe zones by Israel, and later those safe zones have been bombed. All these lands that the international legal bodies have determined are illegally occupied by Israel. Again, we do nothing, while genocide persists. The right to protest without violence is an integral part of our society. The Charter does not classify it as limited or restricted freedom to peaceful assembly. I do not believe the Charter gives this body the right to restrict such freedom or create free speech bubbles or zones, etc. It is very clear there are elements within today's society that want to silence the voices of Palestinian people and their supporters, or put them where they cannot be heard. Be that 100 yards away, 1,000 yards away, whatever. In a democracy, it is our duty to ensure that does not happen. Do not become their accomplices. Do not protect those that would break international law by restricting the rights of those that protest the theft of their own lands. I thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Doherty,
Any
for your
questions?
information. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Madam Clerk?
Next delegate is Madeline Rod.
Ms. Rod, welcome. Council looks forward to your information.
Thank you. Can you hear me okay like this? Okay. Good evening, Mayor Burton and members of council. My name is Madeline Rod, and I'm here tonight as a proud Palestinian who grew up in Oakville, and I would like to address the proposed measures and the roles and responsibilities in managing protest report. While I recognize the intent to maintain public order and safety, I'm deeply concerned about the implications this initiative could have on our fundamental rights, particularly as guaranteed by the Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms. Section 2 of the Charter enshrines our rights to freedom of expression, peaceful assembly, and association. These rights are not merely symbolic. They are essential to the health of our democracy. They provide marginalized voices, including those of Palestinians like myself, a means to advocate for justice and equality. Any limitations on these rights must be carefully scrutinized to ensure that they are evidently justified in a free and democratic society, as per Section 1 of the Charter. The report references examples from other municipalities like Vaughan and Calgary, which have implemented buffer zones or similar restrictions. While these measures may claim to target nuisance protests, they risk creating a chilling effect that deters legitimate, peaceful expressions of dissent. In fact, such restrictions may disproportionately impact communities in Oakville from advocating for systemic change, particularly those already facing discrimination or marginalization. As a Palestinian, I know firsthand how vital peaceful protests are in amplifying voices that often go unheard. Protests in support of Palestine, for example, challenge prevailing narratives and provide crucial education to the broader public. The examples cited in the report raise further concerns. For instance, the Calgary Safe and Inclusive Access Bylaw is already under judicial review, highlighting the contentious and potentially unconstitutional nature of these measures. Do we want Oakville to adopt policies that risk similar challenges and legal expenses using our tax dollars, no doubt? And not to mention infringing on Oakville residents' charter rights in the process. As my peers have stated, our existing legal framework already addresses non-peaceful conduct. The Criminal Code of Canada and the Trespass to Property Act provide robust mechanisms to handle disruptions, violence, and intimidation. It is also crucial to consider the broader message these restrictions send to the community. Through this protest regulation, we may unintentionally reinforce a perception that peaceful protests are inherently threatening. And as we've heard from our friends at Halton Regional Police, the majority of the protests they have engaged with have been peaceful. This narrative risks stigmatizing those who exercise their democratic rights and alienating community members who already feel marginalized. Instead of pursuing measures that could curtail our democratic freedoms, I urge Council to prioritize initiatives that foster dialogue, mutual respect, and understanding. For instance, the town could establish forums for open discussion where concerns about specific protests can be addressed constructively without resorting to blanket restrictions. In conclusion, I ask Council to reconsider the approach outlined in this report. Let us focus on solutions that uphold the spirit of the Charter and reinforce Oakville's commitment to inclusivity, equity, and democratic participation. We all share a desire for safety and harmony, but these goals must never come at the expense of our fundamental freedoms. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you very much for your message.
happy to answer any questions.
Councillor Ilger has one for you.
Just a quick question. Were you here to see what Councillor Knoll and Councillor Chin are putting forward tonight?
Yes.
Do you have a major issue with what they're doing? It looks like they want public consultation, and they try to address all of that.
I think the idea of putting the motion forward for the bylaw is redundant.
Okay, I hear what you're saying, but like there's no bylaw tonight. It's just maybe there will be none. But that's what I'm just trying to think. I think they're trying to get to us the sweet point of actually what you're asking for.
So then what's the point of putting a motion forward for a bylaw if it's not going to take place?
Well, it's always good to know for all of us to learn as we go and educate ourselves. So
Yeah.
I think it's a good reason.
I'm curious to know, out of all of the councillors here, who has actually spoken to the Palestinian community?
Well, I'm not sure. Thank you.
Oh, you have? That's great. I'm glad to hear that. 2 out of how many councillors are here?
Yeah, I don't think that's fair. I really don't. But I appreciate it, and thanks for coming out. Thank you.
Madam Clerk.
The next delegation is Stephen Weiss.
Rabbi Weiss, welcome. Council looks forward to your information.
Thank you, Mayor Burton. I stand here with the Interfaith Council of Halton. We represent Muslim, Jewish, Hindu, Sikh, Baha'i, Christian. This is, you know us well, we've been in this community for many years, since 2001. We had a discussion about Jeff Knoll's proposal that's on the floor. We believe that worshipers should be able to attend and offer prayers in peace, free from fear or disturbance. We want to emphasize that a balance must be maintained between rights such as freedom of expression and peaceful protest and obligations to respect others' freedoms. So we welcome what you propose, that the council does go back to the report, learn more about it, more consultation. Everything that was proposed is exactly what the Interfaith Council supports. And I just want to read something from Abdul Qayyum Mufti from the Muslim community, because he wasn't able to be here, and he said, "Can you please read this on my behalf? The goals and objectives of the Interfaith Council of Halton are to promote peace, harmony, and understanding through education. Recent incidents have prompted us to take a stand and support the city and law enforcement departments in maintaining the sanctity of places of worship. The right to peacefully protest is a basic human right. Worshippers also have the right to attend the respective places of worship without fear and in peace." So the decision made by the Interfaith Council of Halton, he stands behind it. He just couldn't be here tonight. So we just wanted to see all of us representing this, that we do support what you're saying, Jeff Knoll. Thank you.
Thank you, Rabbi Weiss.
Hello, Mr. Mayor and Council. I'm Arvind Chaudhary from Hindu community. I completely welcome what you're proposing here. It's all about being proactive. We should not be waiting for the incident to get happen, and then we should be reacting on that. If we are talking about Oakville region, there was a protest. Because of the protest, that Hindu temple had to cancel that event, and it was a threat that was set to that event, that there is a threat, that's why it has to be canceled. How come then it was peaceful protest, then how come there was a threat? And if there is a threat, then it was not a peaceful protest though. So what sort of accountability we're going to put on the other side, that if somebody is protesting, we have heard in the other side, in other city and the municipality, the temple were asked to sign up or give some insurance and this and that to have that program conducted. I think it should be asked to the protester that, you know what, you got to give the guarantee that it's going to be the peaceful, otherwise this is what that the consequences will be. The very first thing I'll ask that, I'm not going to ask any one of you have consulted Hindu community, Muslim or Sikh or whoever. Have you consulted Canadian community or not? If you have, you're on the right track. We have left everything behind. We are Canadian here, Canada first, and we got to protect each and every single Canadian. And I completely welcome your motion there. Thank you.
I support whatever Stephen has said and what Arvind has said. Let us be a peaceful community in Oakville. the community that has always been, will be for the future as well. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your information and your delegation. Madam Clerk?
Next delegation is Alice O'Carroll.
Ms. O'Carroll, welcome. Council looks forward to your information.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor Burton and council members. My name is Alice O'Carroll. I'm an Oakville resident. I moved here from Ireland in 2012. Thank you for the opportunity to speak with you this evening. I understand Oakville Town Council is considering following the example of Vaughan in passing a bylaw that regulates what it terms nuisance protests within a reasonable distance of institutions such as places of worship, schools, childcare centres and town facilities. I asked for the opportunity to speak to you tonight as I believe this should not happen. Let me explain why. One of the things I really value about Canada is the Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms. The Charter guarantees fundamental rights and freedoms, freedom of thought, opinion, expression, peaceful assembly, and peaceful association. In short, we are free to have our own opinions, we're free to express these opinions, and we're free to assemble peacefully to do so. This is crucial to our democracy. Would you not agree? Naturally, hate speech is prohibited under the Charter, as it should be. We have a course of action to follow in the event of non-peaceful protests. The law is quite adequate on this. People can invoke the Trespass to Property Act, contact Halton Police or seek a court injunction. We heard from the Halton Police earlier this evening, and they have also confirmed there has been no violence, there has been no disturbance. The protests that we have seen here have been peaceful. I've lived in Oakville for 12 years since I moved here, and I have never seen or heard of a violent or dangerous protest in this area. I know there have been several protests in Oakville over the past year, some indeed at this very building, and some at schools in the area. My heartbreak for the genocide of Palestinians happening right now in Gaza has led me to attend regular protests both in Toronto and here locally. According to the Charter, I am free to do this. As a citizen, I see my ability to advocate for an end to the genocide as central. It is central to our democratic values. Are we not encouraged to voice our opinions and contribute to a better world for all? Or do we only want to be quiet and peaceful and not disturb the peace? This is a very important question, and one that I would really ask you to consider in drawing up a bylaw. I would prefer that no bylaw comes into effect. To restrict our ability to protest, to share our opinions, to express ourselves when we see the massacre of children, the massacre of people on a daily basis on our phones and on our screens. This cannot be restricted. To do anything to restrict this is to silence us and is to tell us that we are better to be quiet and just toe the line and fit in. This is not who I want us to be as a society. I understand that many people in Oakville find our protests a nuisance. And so I assume this is why it's been termed nuisance protests. I understand many people don't want to hear our opinions. And they don't want to have their day disturbed. They just want to go shopping. They want to go and have a coffee, meet their friends, and they don't want to be bothered by these things that they see as having nothing to do with them. However, it is so important that we have the right to speak out. It is so important that we are there to speak for the vulnerable, there to speak for the people who have no rights and no freedoms, the people who are being murdered on a daily basis. We have to speak out. If we are to be a civil society, we must do so. So there is no violence in these protests. There is no hate speech from any of the protesters. There is no danger from anyone, apart from the danger of being disturbed as you drink your coffee because you don't want to hear these opinions. You don't want to have access to this, this kind of protest. So really, I would ask you, why is there a need to bring in a bylaw of this nature? The police have already confirmed that there is no need for this. So I am really asking you, why do we need to be proactive? Why do we need to think about this? I see no need for it. Surely the police have confirmed, and you can all agree. It would be dangerous to try to silence your residents in any way when there is no danger for the community to us speaking our minds and advocating for people who have no rights. Surely, particularly our religious institutions and our schools and indeed our own council buildings are the very places we should be encouraged to speak our mind. Would you not agree? Silence is not the answer. Silence did not end the apartheid regime in South Africa. Silence will not end the genocide in Gaza. We are all suffering as we see the ongoing massacre of starving children in tents in Gaza. You must allow us to continue to speak. I urge you to remain true to the spirit of the Charter of Rights and Freedom and do not enact a bylaw of this nature. The Palestinians need us to keep reminding the world what is being done to them, and Oakvillians need to hear this message too. Thank you so much for your time and for your attention.
Thank you, Ms. O'Carroll, for your information.
Thank you.
Madam Clerk.
Next delegated is Michael Duberstein.
Welcome, Mr. Duberstein. We look forward to your presentation.
Good evening. Honorable Mayor Burton, distinguished councilors, fellow Oakvillians. It's the first time I'm speaking in front of the council, and I didn't expect to educate the council on the history of the Middle East or on my personal history, but I will. My name is Michael Duberstein. I'm 59 years old from Minsk, Belarus. I'm a resident of Oakville since 2003. I have been a Canadian citizen since 2005. I learned about my ethnicity at the age of 3 when I was called Kaik by my neighbors in Minsk, Belarus. Then my parents had to explain to me the meaning of the word Kaik, and only then the meaning of the word Jew. When some of my fellow Belarusians wanted to humiliate me, they would tell me, Kaik, go to Israel, which we did in 1990 when I was 24. My young family lived in Israel between 1990 and 2002. Between 1992 and 1996, we lived in the mixed Arab-Jewish city of Ramla in central Israel. So I lived among Israeli Arabs, and I worked with them. I saw the Oslo Accords peace process and subsequent Second Intifada suicide bombings by Palestinian Arabs between 1996 and 2002, up close and personal. One of these bombings, in a grocery store in the city of Petah Tikva in central Israel, missed my wife by just 1 hour. Between 2005 and October 7, 2023, there have been no Israeli or Jewish presence in Gaza or in Lebanon. Yet my extended family in Israel has been living under Hamas and Hezbollah missiles since 2007 to today. The anti-Israeli and frankly anti-Jewish protests I witnessed in Oakville and Burlington this year were intended to pressure Halton policymakers and the general public by intimidation and not by argumentation into making decisions that that were beyond the scope of any local government. These protests called for the elimination of the State of Israel as a colonial and apartheid enterprise, which is a blatant lie and a blood libel. The likes of me and my family are not colonizers, neither in Israel nor here in Canada. Support for the existence of the State of Israel is part of who I am. The calls by the protesters on the streets of Halton, like Allahu Akbar, Takbir, from the river to the sea, Palestine will be free. Houthis make us proud, turn another ship around. Globalize the Intifada, go to Poland, are not calls for peaceful coexistence. These are the calls for the destruction of Israel and extermination of Jews. They will end up in pogroms here against the Jews if go unchecked. I cannot and I will not go to Poland, or in my case, to Belarus. On April 15th, at the Oakville so-called peaceful protest at this town hall, 16 to 18-year-old demonstrators approached me with a question: how many Palestinians did you kill today? Sorry, how many Palestinian children did you kill today? They called me a pussy, a child killer, and showed me the middle finger. That was before I managed to have any meaningful conversation with them. I stood with a group of 20 people in front of 150 or so teenagers, 6-foot hulks, some of them, who come to me, and when I try to have a conversation, these are the things that they would tell me. Most of them never lived to, I came with a sheet of paper with about the basic facts of what I experienced and what is experienced by Israelis and Jews like me. Most of these folks didn't want to look at this. They've never lived in Israel and had no desire to hear my experiences. I support the freedom of speech. However, because of my personal experience with the protesters, I asked councilors to continue with this motion in order to protect vulnerable public infrastructure, to create the bubble bylaw prohibiting the nuisance demonstrations, and especially around schools. Now, one of the presenters, I think Ms. Campbell, called the protests peaceful, non-intimidating. Some of them called for respectful dialogue or constructive dialogue. I've been in 2 protests myself in front of the children, so-called children, when they were led by adults in most cases, and I tried to engage with them in conversation in a respectful one. They were not interested for the most part. So just as I gave a couple of examples, there was an Afghani kid, like 6 foot. He came over to me and said, I don't have to know anything. You're a child killer. That's it. Now, if there was a space for constructive conversation, we wouldn't be here. And I'm prepared to answer any of, sorry. I actually will have to mention a couple of basic facts of the history of Israel. I told you my history. Not a single piece of Palestinian land was taken forcefully until 1947, until the fall of 1947. None. All of it was legally bought from Palestinian landowners. And only when Arab nations, and specifically Palestinian Arabs, started the war in 1947, there were forceful displacement of Palestinian Arabs. Between 1936 and 1939, there was Arab revolt. where Jews were slaughtered by Palestinian Arabs. The first pogroms in Israel happened, not in Israel, in Mandate, Palestine, happened in 1920. In 1929, 67 Jews were killed in Hebron in a pogrom. Do you counselors know that where Al-Jamin al-Husseini, the leader of... I'm sorry, let me speak. Do you counselors know that where Al-Jamin al-Husseini spent the years of the war between 1941 and 1945? He spent these years, this is the leader of Palestinian National Movement, he spent these years in Germany planning the Holocaust of Jews in Palestine. There is only one tiny Jewish state. There are 50 Muslim majority states and 22 Arab states. And what the kids, so-called kids, call here in Oakville for, they're not calling for peaceful coexistence. What they're doing, they're prosecuting the war on 1948 on the streets of Oakville. I've seen it myself. I'm prepared to answer any of the questions.
Mr. Duberstein, thank you very much for your history and your information. I do not see any questions. Madam Clerk.
The next delegate is Rishma Mangat.
Ms. Mangat, welcome.
That's just trying to lighten it up. Just trying to lighten it up, folks.
I would like to caution the audience that we value courtesy here, and so, you know, please call on your better nature to restrain yourself from interrupting.
Thank you.
Ms. Mangat, welcome. We look forward to your information.
Thank you very much. I apologize for having a mask. I'm just trying to take care of older family members. I did have some remarks prepared, and I will get to them, but I do think it's important to address in the moment some inaccuracies. The first one I'll address is that I am a proud Sikh. It's pronounced Sikh, not Sikh, and if the previous delegates actually had people from my community on side, they'd know how to pronounce our name. Hello, my Desi sister. Bit of cultural context, we're not actually sisters, we just kind of talk that way. I would like to actually speak to everybody on this council, and only everybody on this council. I am not Palestinian. Like I said, I am Sikh. I'm a proud Sikh. I'm not here to convince anybody of anything. I know my worth as a person. I know my value as a person, like we all do. And this creates a lot of consternation and frustration for certain groups. And I think you've already seen an example of it. But if you continue to look at facial expressions while I'm talking, you'll probably see more examples of that. I am someone who's advocated for Palestine, though, since before October of last year. And one of the really hopeful things for me is how people are starting to educate themselves and just being more open to narratives they maybe not have heard. And when I say narrative, even that word is confusing or misleading because it makes it seem like it's fiction. But really, it's people are getting open to actual facts. We had another delegate that talked about you know, Israel being called an apartheid, genocidal state, and how this was really offensive. You know, I can sit here and counter that, but at the end of the day, I'm not sure there's a lot of value in that at this late hour for any of us and for the council. I'd really just invite everybody on the council to really reflect on, is the ICJ, the UN, the ICC, every single humanitarian organization in the world, a growing number of countries around the world, the majority of the global south, are they all on the wrong side of history? Like, so at the end of the day, I think
ladies and gentlemen, we're here talking, you know, everybody has asked for peaceful dialogue. Interrupting each other is not what that looks like. So please, everybody.
Thank you. Yeah, so I'm just here to clear up any confusion because I think what is out there, and you've already heard that our protests are really peaceful, so why do we need to introduce a new bylaw? You've heard a number of things. What you haven't heard is kind of some of the reality. And, you know, it is uncomfortable to hear, but guys, we can do tough things if we do it together. It's funny that these are the words nuisance protest are used. It's funny that we talk about having a bubble around certain places, not just places of worship, but schools, child care facilities, town facilities, such a long, broad, exhaustive list to as pretty much cancel protests anywhere. But I'm here to clear up any confusion around how pro-Palestinian, and really, you know, so much of this is what the media puts in as a term, pro-Palestinian, pro-Israel. I'm pro-human life, I'm anti-genocide, I'm anti-apartheid. I have lots of Muslim and Jewish friends, so it's really not a religious thing either. But I want to sort of call attention to what is actually going on. What are we protesting? So just so everybody here is clear, we're not protesting for the extermination of any one person. We're trying to call attention to something that is going on, as we are entitled to do under the Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms. I'm just going to read an excerpt from Susan Abulwala. She did a presentation at the Oxford Union debate, and the resolution was, is Israel an apartheid state responsible for genocide? And by the way, it passed 278 to 79 that yes, it is. She talks about sort of the, you know, and again, by the way, I don't really have enough time to go through all this, but I really encourage you, and in fact, I wouldn't just say the word encourage, it is actually incumbent upon you guys as counselors to educate yourselves, especially if we're going to bring forward motions that affect all of us. It's actually incumbent upon you guys to educate yourselves about the reality. And the reality of how Israel was formed, I won't go into details, but this is what she spoke about. I was going to do that. What I will do is actually pick up a couple of pieces of language that are in the motion. And before someone asks, I heard the amended motion that came up before we all delegated, but it came up before we all delegated. So I haven't really had a chance to listen and absorb it. I'm going by what was written on the website and the roles and responsibilities document. So it talks about places of worship, schools, childcare centers, town facilities. As reference, places of worship, 611 mosques have been decimated in the last year. Schools, 90% of schools have been completely decimated in the last year. I mention those stats to talk about the irony of us trying to create a bubble zone around these same places that we are calling attention to when we peacefully protest. The other thing I would say too is, and it's a shame that Chief Tanner has left already. Speaking personally, and I'm not speaking for any one community, I'm just speaking for myself, for the demonstrations I have attended in Oakville. I have found on the whole, with one or two exceptions, on the whole, HRPS to be very respectful and engage with our community well, and that's very appreciated. Chief Tanner, on the other hand, is on the board of directors of something called the Abraham Global Peace Initiative. So if you don't know what that is, I really encourage you to look that up. It is relevant, so if you're looking for side to side for the relevance, I can tell you the relevance. If you just go to their homepage, the first thing you'll see is a picture of someone like me wearing a scarf, a brown woman, saying, "Is this our Canada?" And at this point, I really encourage you guys to just reflect on when you hear that and when you see that. And this is really, frankly, a rhetorical question. How much do you even sit there and sort of agree with that view? Is this our Canada? Yeah, it is our Canada. It's people protesting under their Charter of Rights and Freedoms. But he sits on the board of that. He sits on the board of an organization that also was for dismantling UNRWA funding, excuse me. So if you know what UNRWA is, I'm sure you've seen it, it's in the news. So that, for me, calls into question his objectivity, his lack of bias, and frankly, as an Oakville resident, I am actually really concerned about the fact that the chief of police sits on a board like this, and he would be someone, as the roles and responsibilities doc laid out, HRPS would be leveraged by the town in order to enforce these kinds of new bylaws. So that's really concerning to me, because the person that would be the head of the group that's enforcing this is clearly supporting the side that's committing genocide. So I think that needs to be reflected on as well. What other notes do I have here? A lot. I think what I'll do is, because other people speak a lot more eloquently than me, and there's a gentleman named Mo Hams. He has an Instagram account. He's Palestinian. I really recommend you just follow him. Some of the stuff he shows is graphic and violent and difficult to watch, but you know what? Genocide is violent and difficult to watch. It's just an amended version because he swears a lot. So I will take all those things out, obviously. But he asks, what are we watching? What are we watching? Once again, we see a baby bombed by Israel, hanging on for dear life, hanging on by a thread, brought into a fully collapsed hospital. She had to get her arm amputated. She ended up not making it. Just like the more than 10 children per day getting their appendages amputated, more than 10 per day, the most child amputees on the planet. What are we watching? A beheaded baby, a father holding two children, his two children in his arms, a mother trying to give CPR to her own dead infant, all in the span of 24 hours. And this is just a fraction of the children. They are targeting children. By the way, as a quick, because there's a lot of heckling going on, everything that I have said and everything that all of the delegates that are against this bylaw have said, you don't have to take our word for it. And again, you shouldn't, right? Look it up. Everything we're saying is easily verifiable for you guys yourselves if you choose and care to look for it. They are targeting children every day. Not only are they bombing them relentlessly with US and Canadian weapons and internationally banned white phosphorus. Why is international white phosphorus banned? Do you know? Its skins burn on impact. They're just dropping it indiscriminately. In Lebanon and in Syria, by the way, as well. Look up greater zero. Snipers are specifically shooting children directly in the skull. Hundreds of children. A direct shot to the skull. The bullet is still lodged in their brain. Doctors and nurses are coming back every single day and screaming bloody murder, literally saying Holocaust, screaming genocide from the rooftops. If you won't listen to us, at the very least, listen to the medical professionals who have lived through this hell. Over 250,000 people wiped off the earth in just over a year. 70% women and children, 30% men. 2 million people being starved, 2 million Palestinians being displaced, 2 million Palestinians freezing in tents throughout winter, tents that they continuously bomb, burning entire families all together. Bombing people who are still attached to IVs, burning alive. I don't encourage you to watch it because it's actually an image that'll never leave me, but it is also available online. I'm not making this up and you can check it for yourself. They are preying on the defenseless while calling it self-defense. I've totally gone off on track because I'm so enraged. I'm enraged that as a brown woman, I have to sit here in front of a panel of mostly white men and try to prove why I should be allowed to call attention to people who look like me being killed. And the other thing you should really reflect on is watch, if they care to get the names of us and dox us and what comes out in the following days. The other side will not often counter the facts we present because what we present are facts. It's historical facts. It's current reality. They just throw out anti-Semitism. So if that's all that you can say, if the only response to someone putting facts by every humanitarian organization in the world, every international law body, is that they're an anti-Semite, that should tell you something. To wrap it up into what I think is relevant, again, this may all seem something in our Oakville bubbles that is not relevant for us, that doesn't matter to us. That could be, but the council is the one who is trying to put in a bylaw to restrict our right to protest on it. So it does become your problem, and respectfully, it does become something you guys should educate yourselves on. I feel comfortable speaking for any of the people that I came here with today, that if you would like to speak with any of us or get more information, we are more than happy to sit with you and do that. Thank you so much for your time. I assume there are no questions.
Thank you very much for your information. Madam Clerk.
The next delegation is Richard Robertson.
Welcome, Mr. Robertson. We look forward to your information.
Thank you. Good evening, Your Worship and esteemed council members. My name is Richard Robertson. I'm B'nai B'rith Canada's Director of Research and Advocacy. B'nai B'rith is the country's oldest human rights organization and the voice of Canada's grassroots Jewish community. Our organization, which was established in 1875, is dedicated to eradicating racism, anti-Semitism, and hatred in all its forms, and championing the rights of the marginalized. I'm here on behalf of Oakville's mainstream Jewish community to address item 8.6 on tonight's agenda. Item 8.6 was a report produced by the municipality's enforcement services and legal departments. The report is still entitled Roles and Responsibilities in Managing Protests. The impetus for the report was a request from council that the requisite municipal staff report on the potential for an Oakville bylaw to regulate nuisance protests within a reasonable distance of institutions within the municipality that could be considered vulnerable infrastructure. The request contained the caveat that nothing in the proposed bylaw should prevent the occurrence of peaceful protests or demonstrations. While B'nai B'rith wholly supported the request from Council to commence such a study and now support Councillor Knoll's motion, we are concerned with the report's concluding recommendations. Our concerns remain valid as you now consider Councillor Knoll's motion. The report's conclusion references the existing options available to those who are subjected to nuisance protests. 3 options are identified within the report. They are invoking the Provincial Trespass of Properties Act, contacting the regional police, and seeking injunctive relief from the courts. It is a submission of B'nai B'rith that the 3 existing options referenced within the report are insufficient to protect vulnerable infrastructure and those who wish to exercise their right to freely enjoy the use of such infrastructure from nuisance protests. Council's request was for municipal staff to examine the feasibility of a bylaw that would regulate the occurrence of nuisance protests within a reasonable distance of vulnerable infrastructure. The redresses recommended in the report are insufficient to ensure that vulnerable infrastructure is not unduly compromised by nuisance protests occurring within a reasonable distance of the infrastructure. The aforementioned provincial legislation, the TPA, can only be utilized to remove persons who are physically trespassing on private property. It is not applicable to those who are not physically trespassing on private property. As a result, the TPA is not an adequate remedy to prevent those who are hampering the use of or intimidating the users of vulnerable infrastructure through conduct which is occurring within a close proximity to the vulnerable infrastructure. Contacting the regional police is only a sufficient redress when the actors being reported to the police are engaging in conduct which violates the criminal code or other provincial or municipal statutes. As there is presently no statute that specifically regulates the occurrence of nuisance protests within the municipality, contacting the regional police is not a sufficient redress. The process of obtaining injunctive relief is a costly and time-consuming endeavor. Recommending that those being unduly impacted by nuisance protests privately seek redress from the courts unfairly burdens those who are the victims of nuisance protests. The time to act is now. B'nai B'rith has repeatedly heard from members of the community who are scared to exercise their rights and unable to enjoy their charter freedoms. They are afraid to attend a synagogue or other institutions affiliated with the Jewish faith for fear that they will become the victims of nuisance protests. This is patently unacceptable. No Canadian should have to choose between exercising their fundamental freedoms and ensuring their safety and well-being. Every Canadian, including the residents of Oakville, deserves to be assured that their faith-based institutions will be protected from those who wish to utilize nuisance protests as a way to nefariously target such institutions and their users. The increasing frequency of the occurrence of nuisance protests across the province has caused municipalities to enact bylaws to protect vulnerable infrastructure from the negative ramifications of such demonstrations. As the report before the Council indicates, the cities of Brampton and Vaughan have passed bylaws restricting the occurrence of nuisance protests within a reasonable distance of places of worship and vulnerable infrastructure, respectively. Now is the time for Oakville to do the same. In its request for a report, Council stated that nothing in the bylaw should prevent peaceful protests or demonstrations. B'nai B'rith wholeheartedly agrees. Utilizing the bylaws passed by the cities of Brampton and Vaughan as precedent would mitigate any such concerns. The bylaws passed in Brampton and Vaughan only prevent the occurrence of nuisance protests. This also differentiates them from the bylaw passed in Calgary. The Vaughan bylaw defines nuisance protests as protests against something or expressing views on any issue in any matter, whether it is intended or not, that is likely, on an objective standard, to cause a reasonable person to be intimidated, meaning that they are either concerned for their safety or security, or they are unable to access vulnerable infrastructure. For greater certainty, the Vaughan bylaw refers to intimidation as being caused but not only by actions or expressions that incite hatred or violence, but also by those that incite intolerance or discrimination. The applicability of the Vaughan bylaw is further restricted to nuisance protests occurring within 100 meters of vulnerable infrastructure. Such an approach can be seen as representing a reasonable limitation on the charter rights and freedoms of protesters. Placing circumstantial and geographic limitations on the applicability of the bylaw ensures that charter-protected rights of protesters are not unreasonably limited. Rather, The rights of protesters are balanced with the competing charter rights of those who wish to utilize vulnerable infrastructure without fear of intimidation. The inclusion of an objective standard in the form of a reasonable person test, such as that employed by the Vaughan bylaw, provides an additional assurance that the rights of protesters will not be unreasonably limited. The recent occurrence of a protest in Vaughan establishes that a bylaw prohibiting the occurrence of nuisance protests within a certain proximity of vulnerable infrastructure is not incompatible with the exercising of one's rights to engage in peaceful protests. During the course of the Vaughan protest, which occurred on December 9th, despite the protest occurring within 100 meters of a synagogue, the decision was made by the local authorities not to declare the protest a nuisance demonstration. This example demonstrates that a municipal bylaw regulating the occurrence of nuisance protests can be operationalized in a manner that does not unreasonably limit the exercising of charter rights and freedoms. In summary, as no adequate redress presently exists to protect vulnerable infrastructure from the worsening threat posed by nuisance protests, and there exists precedent from other jurisdictions that can be replicated to protect vulnerable infrastructure, while at the same time guaranteeing that charter rights are not unreasonably limited, B'nai B'rith implores Council to take the necessary steps, which in this case would be endorsing the motion put forward by Councillor Knoll, to create a bylaw that regulates the occurrence of nuisance protests within the close proximity of vulnerable infrastructure. Subject to any questions, that includes my delegation. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Robertson, for your information. Council, Madam Clerk.
The next delegate is Khaled El-Briki.
Mr. El-Briki. If you're not Mr. El-Briki, we don't really need you to be saying anything. Hey, if you want to stay, you have to behave. Is that clear? So you're on my list to leave if you can't restrain yourself. You, yeah. Good. Madam Clerk, you're on my list now, too. Madam Clerk, would you please call the next delegate?
Next delegate is Ibrahim Beg, who is online, I believe.
Okay. Please bring Mr. Beg into the meeting.
Hi, everyone. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Thank you very much for joining us.
You're welcome. I'm here to delegate on the staff report titled Roles and Responsibilities in Managing Protests. I find that this report on the proposed bylaw infringes on my fundamental freedoms guaranteed by the Charter of Rights and Freedoms. I interpret this bylaw as specifically targeting the anti-genocide community in Oakville, who has made its voice heard through protests after the start of the genocide in Gaza by the colonialist, oppressive, and genocidal Israeli regime. I also find the use of the word nuisance, be it a legal term or not, deeply disturbing. Are you saying that my right to protest a live genocide, bombing of innocent people, destruction of houses and shelters, raping of men and women, killing of children, and loss of more than 180,000 lives is nuisance for you? I am astonished at the level of ignorance and at the height of sense of entitlement. Also, it is worth mentioning here that the protests by the anti-genocide community in Bonn and some other places were not meant to harm the sanctity of any religious institution. They were directed at the illegal real estate and land sales events selling stolen Palestinian lands, including those in the occupied West Bank. Even more disturbing is the inclusion of schools in the bubble zones. Activism provides students with valuable and profound learning experiences and deepens their understanding of the real world. For marginalized communities like ours, protests are essential for making our voices heard. While we only get to vote once every 4 years, protests offer a crucial opportunity to express our concerns and demands as the need arises. Creating no-go zones near places is problematic and creates hurdles towards our ability to voice our concerns effectively. I would also like to bring to your attention, and as one of my peers did so previously, to the fact that Halton Region Police Chief serves on the board of directors of an organization so-called as Abraham Global Peace Initiative. This organization actively lobbies for Israel and its campaign against the Palestinians, and of course, the occupation of Palestine. It asked for the arrest and expulsion of students camping on the campuses. That is on its webpage. It runs a website called jforce.org, which it says motivates community social action to help defend Israel. I have two questions before this council. How a sitting and serving police chief can serve on the board of directors of a partisan organization lobbying for a foreign country? Number one. Number two, how can he be expected to remain non-partisan and neutral in the discharge of his duties? All this with additional powers to the police under this bylaw to make interpretations of their own makes myself and other members of my community and the larger anti-genocide community extremely worried. It also serves to create an environment of fear among the community members advocating against the genocide being committed by Israel. In addition to this, the chair of the Halton Police Board provided live updates, and who in fact is sitting in this meeting as well, on the work on this bylaw to his followers on social media. Again, an attempt to instill fear among people. And I see you nodding your head, not nodding, but like declining what I'm saying, but I can share the evidence and the snippets of your posts on social media as well. I will leave you with one comment on social media regarding the bubble bylaw. And I quote, I thought I was about to read there were instructions coming on when and where you can blow bubbles. And I would not have been surprised, unquote. This may sound funny, but this is the new reality that we live in Oakville, especially since the historic January 29, 2024 council meeting, where a member of the council, in a strongman and dictator-like manner, declared the agenda item on Palestine as out of order, leaving the attendees in utter shock and disbelief. Since then, we have seen the rights and freedoms of the members of the anti-genocide community being suppressed regularly. I would urge this council to please not consider this bylaw. Thank you. If you have any questions, I'm here.
Thank you very much for bringing your information, sir.
You're welcome.
Madam Clerk, the next delegation.
Next delegation is Atif Malik.
Welcome, Mr. Malik. Council looks forward to your information.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Council. Good evening. A lot of things have already been said. You may hear me say them again. Canada has a proud history of peaceful protest, one that's shaped by the identity of free expression and civil liberties. I want to go back to an example, an early example from 1919 where we saw where the Winnipeg General Strike occurred. We saw thousands of workers protest against economic inequality, exploitation, to the modern day protests surrounding issues like Indigenous peoples. We heard about climate change protests that happened here in Oakville. International conflicts, like we've been hearing from many of the delegates, around Palestine. And I mean, there's other issues as well. There's Sudan and Congo. Canadians have long used the streets as a platform to voice dissent, fight for justice, and push for change. These movements, both past and present, have been essential to the progress of our nation. In times of global crisis, such as the current one in Palestine, which is probably the one that's spoken most of, we have seen individuals and groups across Canada come together in peaceful protests. I've been there. I've been to now it's probably in the hundreds of protests. I've been protesting since I was 16 in the second Intifada, 2018, in 2014, in 2021, and now since 2023. I've marched on these streets. I've marched in downtown. I've been a part of the movement that has advocated and brought attention and has done so, and some of the members are here today, where we've built constructive relationship with other religious groups, on not simply on the basis of religion or creed, but because there's a desire to talk about this, not simply among Palestinian allies and Arabs and Muslims, but of people of other faith groups. And that dialogue is happening. It may not come forward and be presented here today, but it's happening, and it's happening peacefully. However, the proposal to create protest bubble zones near locations such as places of worship, schools, and hospitals risks turning peaceful protests into criminal, simply for exercising their fundamental right. This would set a dangerous precedent where citizens discontent with government policies or in support of a cause they believe in are driven to the fringe of society rather than encouraged to engage in public discourse. And there are protests that have happened here in Oakville that I personally disagree with. I don't have an opinion on them. I don't agree with them. But to be able to protest outside of a school or an institution is something that should be allowed as opposed to restricted by creating a bubble zone around it, as long as it meets the criteria set out under the Constitution, under the laws that exist around, and I'm putting in quotations because it's not the name of the law, but hate laws that exist and are used by the police to interpret on the go oftentimes, which is a difficult task I acknowledge, to prevent such hate from occurring. It's crucial to recognize that the right to protest does not automatically equate to a violent or disruptive behavior. Canada's legal framework, as I said, already provides numerous safeguards to ensure protests do not devolve into unlawful conduct. We know of the criminal code, and as I mentioned, there is a section on hate. There is also a section on mischief, and that's where one of my concerns arises, is around mischief and how the interpretation of mischief may occur if a vague definition of nuisance is applied. I shouldn't say vague, but a very broad definition of nuisance is applied. When at a protest, protesting outside an institution or a place of worship or wherever it may be, outside town hall, how is the mischief interpreted? Is it considered a nuisance? Can that criminal charge then be applied from the criminal code, which is under section 430? Can that then be applied against the individuals that are protesting? That's a question. One of the other questions that came to mind as I was reading the proposal, or rather the report, was how will moving protests be considered? If, for example, there is a protest downtown on Lakeshore, and it is moving through a space of Lakeshore, let's say, for example, from Allen Street to the mouth of the lake, where the marina is. If it was a protest moving through there are multiple places that can be considered religious institutions or childcare facilities or a museum. How will a demonstration be treated in that case? Will police have the power to then redirect a protest away from the institution and kind of put them in a circle, like, where are we going? And that creates a difficult situation, not just for the police, but also for the people who are trying to make a point and trying to send a message in their protest. So do you create multiple bubble zones because there's a church here and a church across the street? It's very difficult to understand, which begs the question, is there a need for this if the laws, as many have said, exist to prevent such acts of hate from occurring, something that the police are trained to interpret? I want to go back to Vaughan. Vaughan bylaw was mentioned. I want to go to the historical facts of what occurred in Vaughan. The reason the protesters arrived in Vaughan, not just on December 9th, but prior as well. We're going back around 6 months, maybe 7 months. Why did they arrive outside of Beit Synagogue in Vaughan? They did so because the administration at that particular synagogue decided to take a political position which was divisive. They chose to allow a corporation to use their facility to sell and basically promote the sale of properties in Palestine, occupied Palestine, which Canada acknowledges as illegal. The creation and construction of settlements in occupied Palestine in the West Bank are considered illegal under Canadian law. So which created an environment where protesters and demonstrators felt the need to be present peacefully outside of the synagogue to voice their opinion against the sale of those illegal settlements that were being constructed. So it's not against the faith. And if I can go back a little bit more, when protesters and demonstrators, activists learned that this corporation was selling property, would be holding a showcase, an exhibition of these illegal properties being sold in Palestine in the West Bank, they moved the venue from a private a venue, a convention center, a hotel, to the synagogue. The political issue didn't change. The political issue moved from one venue to another, and the demonstrators who opposed the sale of those properties moved with it. And so if the issue is around a religion and the attack against a particular religion, then I'm against that. There should be no reason to hate or cause a division based upon a particular faith group. But if it's a political issue, and I'm a Muslim, if illegal properties were being sold in a mosque that I attend here in Oakville, maybe on Morden, like they were talking about earlier today, or on Trafalgar, the larger mosque on Trafalgar and Burnhamthorpe, I would be outside the mosque protesting against the sale of illegal properties. I would be outside the mosque protesting and demonstrating if the mosque and the administration allowed someone to come in to take a divisive, hateful stance against another group. It's a political position and not one of hate. If it's one of hate, then it should be interpreted as such. And I think the police have the powers to interpret it based upon the laws that exist. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your information, and some of which I found very valuable.
Thank you.
Madam Clerk, the next delegation.
Next delegation is Sana Zainalabdin.
What's the question?
Good evening.
Welcome. I'm sorry I was distracted with a side question from a counselor.
No problem.
You're welcome, and we look forward to your information.
Thank you so much. It has come to my attention that the city of Oakville is trying to ban protests in places of worship, schools, town facilities, childcare centers, and I'm guessing it's going to be lots of other places too if this bylaw will continue. Me, as a student, lots of other students and people for the last year and 3 months, we have been out protesting weekly. We've been peacefully protesting, and if not weekly, then more than once a week. Canada, like every time we go protest, we know that Canada guarantees the right of freedom of speech. So I'm gonna open an audio. I want you to please listen to it for just a couple of seconds. So as you just heard, these are some voices in Gaza, and these aren't even the worst. These voices are in schools which people take as shelters because their homes were bombed. And we are trying to be their voice, yet you are censoring us. These voices that you just heard, they aren't the worst. One of many reasons which we protest is for this, for people dying, people under oppression, and the world sits and watches. Yet in your case, sitting and watching is amazing. You are not even just sitting and watching, you're sitting and watching and you are censoring and banning us who are trying to actually make a difference. Probably many people here, in prior of hearing this sound, they are going to get emotional or they're going to have bad feelings because many people here have experienced wars before. And these people, they've come to this country because of the wars they experienced, because of other things that happened to this country, which can include me. And when we come to this country, people, they see us, they see our race, they see our ethnicity, they see things as simple as this that I'm wearing on my head here. They call us terrorists. They tell us, why are you coming to this country? They tell us to go back to our country, sorry. But our countries, unfortunately, they aren't safe because of the same agenda the West rules in the Middle East. Even though I'm not Palestinian, I wish everyone in this country to practice the freedom of speech and feel respect here in our country. Because Canada, of course, every time people hear Canada, quote unquote, they think freedom and rights of speech. Yet how do you expect us to do it when you won't even listen to us and you will censor us and ban us instead? We have a right to protest, to free the oppressed around the world, and to make a great Canada by respecting humanity. Either respect us or don't censor and ban us for doing things that we are trying to make this world a better place. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your message.
Thank you.
Council, that ends the registered delegations. I'm confining the question to table. Let the discussion begin. Or not. Councillor Knoll.
Thank you, Worship. I just want to make a couple points that I think are really important to clarify here and just put us back on an even keel. There's nothing that we're proposing tonight that will in any way abrogate the Charter of Rights and Freedoms.
I would just ask you, because it's restricted to table, that you address us.
Sorry. I'll look straight at you. I know. As I was saying, there is nothing in this proposal this evening that directs staff to abrogate the Charter of Rights and Freedoms. There's nothing in this proposal tonight, or I expect that will come from staff, that will in any way censor the rights of people to peacefully protest. That's not the intention. That's not the intent, and nobody around this table would ever consider that as being appropriate. There's been so many things said tonight, concerns about the level of protest in Oakville and the fact the police were here and said there was no problem, there's 42 protests, there's no problem. I wanted to make sure, and I double-checked with the presenter, and he said there were 42 protests with minimal problems. There were problems, but they weren't significant enough to warrant criminal charges, but they were managed by the police service. So with protests come challenges, and for the most part, the vast majority of protests in this town have been peaceful, appropriate, and frankly, I support all of them. The issue really has to do with the fact that certain protests get in the way of a constitutional right to the freedom of worship, freedom of education, etc. And that is what we're trying to deal with here. People that are getting in the face, whether it's restricting access, whether it is intimidating people, and I take everybody at the word here. When they say that I've been protesting here and there, you don't have to shake your head. Just listen to me. Maybe you'll learn something. Sorry. There's nothing to suggest anybody here is engaged in that. But these things do happen. We've seen incidents in other cultural groups as well, and other religions in Brampton, for example, which are one of the things that basically led to the creation of that bubble bylaw in Brampton. This isn't about Syria versus Israel. This isn't about one religion against another. This is about respecting people's rights for freedom of worship, freedom of education. There's nothing in this bylaw proposal tonight or this request to staff that would in any way hamper the rights of students to protest peacefully in their institution. Nothing. So I just want to bring everybody's expectations down here. We're sending this to staff to come up with a bylaw that will go out for consultation, that will give everybody an opportunity to have a look at what does nuisance mean? What kind of restrictions are we looking at? What institutions would be actually subject to this so-called bubble? There's none of that is clear here, and we're going to spend time, staff, by we I mean staff, are going to spend time researching this and coming back with something that is defensible, legal, and respects the rights of every citizen of this country and this town to express themselves peacefully and respectfully, to put their points of view across. I just want to make a couple of quick comments. First of all, at a bit of a point of privilege, I may have made 0 social media posts about this. I've been very respectful, and I've avoided doing that because I'm very sensitive to both sides of this thing. There is not a single social media post about me posting about a bubble bylaw, so I just want to clarify that. I also want to, there was a comment that we're being encouraged to educate ourselves on this. I mean, personally, I'm pretty educated on what's happening around the world and the particular examples that are given tonight, but this isn't about the genocide. This isn't about Israel versus Hamas or anything like that. This is simply about guaranteeing the rights of freedom of worship, freedom of education for our citizens. I also just want to, on behalf of the police chief, I just want to express it's an unfair shot to take shots at the police chief. Yes. Oh, sorry. It's unfair, Your Worship, to take shots at the police chief because of his organizational involvements. And I don't know, as the chair of the board, what the specific polity of these organizations are, but I do know that he's a good man and doesn't deserve to be attacked without being able to defend himself in this council. So I want to say that. I also want to mention, one gentleman was referring to these would be criminal actions. Nothing of this is criminal. This is all municipal bylaw. So nothing is criminal. And then the comment as well about the fact that the police said they didn't want this. They have not said that. Okay, the police, and also that police have sufficient grounds to manage these things. They have sufficient grounds to deal with things when it treads on criminality. And the goal of this is to avoid that. It's to avoid getting to the point of criminality. It's to avoid emotions to get to the point where you have a flashpoint and you have somebody brandishing weapons, as we've seen in Brampton in that particular issue. It's important to understand that this is not somehow a plot by this council or by myself and Natalia as the mover and seconder to in any way restrict the ability of people to express their viewpoints and educate the community and get that point across. So I just want to make those things very, very clear. I'm sorry, I'm a little emotional over this because it's an important issue to me, and I really don't want to be in a position where this is an issue, again, of us trying to suppress Syrian points of view, and that's not the case at all.
Councillor Knoll.
Sorry, Palestinians. I say Syrian, Your Worship, because I was a councillor that filled that auditorium, that atrium, when the Syrian crisis happened, and that's been in my head the whole time. Getting Oakville residents to billet Syrian refugees. And that's why that was in my head, so I apologize. I did mean
Thank you, Councillor, for addressing. I'll thank you to please behave. We are not engaging in a discussion with you. You've had your say. Council is now debating what it's going to do. I cannot let you continue to interrupt. Councillor, I wanted to thank you for directing your remarks to the chair, which is the proper procedure under Robert's rules, and I'll look for any other discussion. Councillor Hazlitt-Deal.
Thank you, through you, Mayor Burton. So I will say to the public, thank you for your comments, your freedom of expression, the opportunity to learn. I appreciated it. My questions are for legal counsel. We had in our package a letter written by the Canadian Civil Liberties Association, and it had some information in it in regards to the important distinction of reasonable limits and what is demonstrably justified. And they actually gave some excellent advice about how careful we must craft something in order to ensure that we do not choose one freedom over another. And so I appreciated Councillor Knoll's comments in regards to the support legal gave on the drafting. So I have a few questions. One is, will the paragraph that says clear definition also speak to definitions of what is meant by vulnerable social infrastructure?
Through you, Mayor Burton, we're familiar with the correspondence the councillor is referring to. We've reviewed it carefully and will weigh everything that's in the letter in the course of drafting a bylaw per council's direction to bring back for your consideration and also subject to public consultation.
So do we need to add anything to this this motion that you found in the Canadian Civil Liberties Association's memo that may not have made it into this motion?
Through you, Mayor Burton, I would suggest that's not necessary. We're very familiar with what's in that letter, and we're going to weigh the viewpoints, as I say, in bringing back a draft for your consideration.
Okay. Mayor Burton, my comments are that I really, the phrase, the sanctity of places of worship, is important, as is the freedom of expression. And as I thought about this weekend what was in front of us, I thought about the whole objective of going to a place of worship is a sense of peace and community and an ability to be with those that you are comfortable with. And if we achieve a bylaw that does not take away someone's fundamental freedoms, but enables them to peacefully, no matter what they believe, no matter who they pray to, the opportunity to have freedom of religion and that sense of peace in their place of worship, then I think we have to explore this. I trust that staff will explore it carefully, that we will honor and respect the Charter for the values that it has put into our country, and that we will make sure that we do not choose one over the other, but rather we choose a balance that can live up to those reasonable limits that are demonstrably justified. And so with that, I will support the motion, understanding there's a long way to go in terms of research, clarity, and an opportunity to perhaps open our minds to ensuring that people can have that moment to pray in a way that doesn't create pain. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Longo.
Thank you, Your Worship. Just a quick question to staff. If we are to proceed with the motion, what would be the timing for coming back with a potential draft bylaw for public consultation and review by ourselves?
Through you, Mayor Burton, we understand the councillor's motion to request the bylaw in the first quarter of 2025, so we're working to that time frame.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Anyone else? Not seeing anyone else. I want to say that I'm going to support this motion in order to see what we get. I don't want us, if what we get is true to the spirit of the motion, then then I may even be able to support the bylaw. I do note that the Vaughan bylaw has not prevented a protest yet. In fact, the December 9th protest went ahead, whatever its circumstances were. And I believe that the freedom to worship and the freedom to protest, the freedom to peacefully assemble, the freedom to express, the freedom of expression, these are vital and important to Canada. The spirit with which I support this is that it's going to have to pass a high bar to get my support. With that, I'll ask if there's any member of council who opposes the motion.
I'm going to ask for a recorded vote.
All right. Madam Clerk, would you please call the roll? Again, you'll say yes or no.
Mayor Burton,
Yes.
Councillor Adams,
Yes?
Councillor Chisholm,
Yes.
Councillor Dudek,
Yes.
Councillor Elgar,
Yes.
Councillor Giddings,
Yes.
Councillor Grant,
Yes.
Councillor Haslett-Theo,
Yes.
Councillor Knoll,
Yes.
Councillor Lischina,
Yes.
Councillor Longo,
Yes.
Councillor McNeese,
Yes.
Councillor Nanda,
Yes.
Councillor O'Meara,
Yes.
and Councillor Shea.
Yes.
Motion passes.
Thank you. Council, give me a second while I look for the stray piece of paper that I've misplaced. It's all right. Council, you have your information items that were circulated electronically and listed in the agenda. You've got a notice of motion and listed in the agenda from Councillor O'Meara and Councillor McNeese for the next council meeting. There's a notice of motion presented this evening by Councillor Haslett-Theo and Councillor Giddings concerning the Midtown TOC development proposal and official plan amendment.
Mayor, could we, based on the emails I'm starting to receive, can we deal with it? Based on the emails I've received from some people, I would appreciate if we could deal with this tonight, because I think it's a matter that's important for yourself and also for all the members of council, that we have not said things that are being sent out from the Premier, apparently.
Councillor, I am prepared to deal with that concern, but I don't need this motion dealt with tonight to do that. I'm about to deal with that.
But we as council haven't had a chance to voice that something's gone wrong here.
Councillor, I believe that some of this motion council should have the benefit of qualified, confidential legal advice before adopting the motion. And for that reason, I would oppose waiving the procedure bylaw at this time. I will now, a motion to waive it is in order.
Oh, okay. I will ask to waive it, because I don't like what I'm hearing. So I think we as a council should, there's nothing, from what I can see, and I've printed it off and I've gone through it, I can't see anything that could hurt anyone by doing this. We do represent Oakville, and anyway, I would so move that we waive procedure.
And the second is Councillor Dudek?
Yes.
Okay. All those in favor of the motion to waive, I guess we need a recorded vote to do this efficiently. Madam Clerk, would you call the roll?
Mayor Burton,
No.
Councillor Adams,
No.
Councillor Chisholm,
Yes.
Councillor Dudek,
Yes.
Councillor Elgar,
Yes.
Counselor Giddings?
Yes.
Counselor Grant?
No.
Counselor Haslett-Thiel?
Yes.
Counselor Knoll?
No.
Counselor Lischina?
No.
Counselor Longo?
No.
Counselor McNeese?
Yes.
Counselor Nanda?
No.
Counselor O'Meara?
Yes.
And Counselor Shea?
No.
6, 7, 8. 8 for no. There's vote 8 against 7, so it does not carry.
Thank you. So, Council, I have an announcement to make. Today, I learned the Premier has texted individuals that, quote, the mayor endorsed the TOC plan, unquote. Apparently, he also texted to someone that the mayor hands out the permits, unquote. To be charitable, I'd say my preference for the TOC process rather than the OLT process has been misinterpreted and misstated by the Premier. My role in permits has been completely incorrectly described. That is not a power that any mayor has. I have not endorsed any TOC plan. The TOC plan currently before the public appears to be the first iteration of at least 2 or 3 iterations that public consultation feedback should be informing. As I understand the TOC process, Council may be asked to endorse a final version from the TOC process. For that reason alone, it is premature to consider endorsing the present TOC proposal or quote-unquote plan. And that's why I have made no commitments to the province or district. I also can assure the public that Council has made no endorsement of the TOC proposal or plan. I continue to believe, as I said in my October 22nd State of the Town speech in this chamber, that the TOC process is a better alternative than the OLT process, which is where the district applications are and would remain without the TOC process. Thank you very much. I'd like to make my second announcement now. Councillor Haslett-Thiel, I see your hand, though.
Mayor Burton, I understand that upon notice of motion, it can be read into the record. May I do so?
Please read it.
Thank you. This is a notice of motion from myself and Councillor Giddings, and it is titled Midtown TOC Development Proposal and Official Plan Amendment, OPA. Whereas Town Council and staff have conducted extensive assessments and public engagement to establish a responsible vision for Midtown's growth, supported by expert market analysis and town planning staff. Whereas public feedback consistently supports reasonable growth while expressing concerns over excessive density and insufficient parkland. Whereas the provincially imposed transit-oriented community development process undermines local planning authority, contrary to Minister Calandra and the Premier's stated importance of local planning. The TOC proposal significantly exceeds provincial density targets, with 2,350 people and jobs per hectare, 10 times the minimum requirement, and increases units beyond the initial applications without addressing community concerns. The TOC proposal diverges from the draft OPA and sets a dangerous precedent by prioritizing megadensity over balanced and sustainable development. Whereas Oakville continues to meet provincial housing goals and growth requirements through proactive planning, including the draft OPA, and supports community benefits and livability. And whereas the recent provincially imposed confidentiality has limited Council's ability to discuss the TOC proposal, fostering public mistrust regarding the Mayor and Council's stance on the plan. And whereas the Premier is stating quote, "The mayor has endorsed the plan," unquote. Whereas transparent communication and alignment with the draft OPA are essential to protect Oakville's vision for a compact, complete, and livable Midtown. Therefore, be it resolved, Council does not endorse or approve the TOC proposal. The TOC proposal is inconsistent with Council's input on the draft OPA and must be integrated into the OPA to ensure a unified planning approach for Midtown. Council requests the mayor publicly clarify whether he has endorsed the TOC proposal and disclose any commitments made to the province or developer district. Finally, Council reaffirms its commitment to an OPA for Midtown that achieves the provincial density targets while prioritizing local needs, livability, and sustainable growth. So, Mayor Burton, I understand that this now will be heard on January 27th. I do want to acknowledge and thank you for your comments in stating that you did not endorse the TOC proposal. I still believe that this is an important motion for Council to make a public statement that we are committed to these comments and resolutions. It will give the public greater trust in our OPA process, greater trust in ourselves, and it will make it clear to the Premier where we stand in terms of the importance of local planning and a livable community for Midtown. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much, Councillor. Under our agenda, it's my pleasure to offer the proclamation that I'm about to proclaim, and I thank Councillor Elgar and other councillors for having asked me to do this. Christian Heritage Month, December 2024. Whereas the town of Oakville welcomes people from all over the world and of all backgrounds and faiths, and whereas a significant number of Oakville residents identify themselves as Christians, and whereas December holds special significance in the Christian calendar as the time of Advent and Christmas celebrations, therefore, I do hereby proclaim December 2024 as Christian Heritage Month. And Councillor Elgar, I hope that satisfies you. Thank you. We now need a motion for the consideration and reading of the bylaws as listed in the agenda. Councillor Longo and Councillor Grant, thank you. Is there any objection? There being none, Madam Clerk, the bylaws are considered read and passed. I believe that completes all of the work of this heavy agenda, and we're just before midnight. So well done, Council and public. Thank everybody for the way they approached the work of this evening. It's been terrific working with you, and I look forward to working with you again. Good night.